Hello, 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 you guys. How are you guys doing? Hi, Ryan, Momo, Ali. Welcome in, you guys. We are gonna finish this story up. Let's actually turn off the music on purpose this time. Um, and we're gonna get started. Does everything sound okay? Do I sound okay? I was watching some VODs back, and I really do need some equipment upgrades. Because this mic is peaking when it shouldn't. It's not capturing my voice clearly. And I think we're just ready for a new mic. This mic is a few years old, so I think it's done what it can for me. It's retired. Let's go to chatting. My camera. Oh, I have my lights on. Guys, should we just do blue today? Blue. There you go. Hi, Ryan. Welcome in. Ali, are you ready to end this game with me? We have it open already. Okay, so we're doing the Team Rocket quests, and we are ready to submit one item, and then I think there's one other challenge, and then we can finish that, and then we'll do some building on stream before we play the Blood Moon event because DBD is back, y'all. Now the Pokopia is over, we'll still bring it to stream. Don't worry, it's still gonna come. But I'm thinking we got to get back into DBD on stream. It's been so much fun to play recently, and so many of our friends play. So all the friends can play. We can play. Okay, but let's get into this Pokopia. Um. Oh, and just like that, my camera's gone. Let's fix this. But was it crispy? Oh my God, Lucas is here. Hi, Lucas. How's my lamb? Pokopia better come back. Oh, we will be returning to Pokopia. You know why? Because there's just so much to do. There's still so much to do. I have not finished the Pokedex. Um, I do want to take you guys on a little ride, on a little journey. We made some changes. Naturally. Naturally, some changes were made. The one. Oh my God! No way, Lucas. How did that happen? How did that happen? He couldn't take it. He couldn't take me. And did I lose faith for that? Be honest. Be honest. Was my heart crushed? My boy Matt died. Okay, there's the carts over there. We changed the railroad because you know it was actually suicide. So did the effect not work? Like matter to me? Like did I still did I still have faith? He first started to try to turn the cult against me. How did that even happen? Wait, what? I love that game, guys. Who else has played? Lucas on stream was playing the Cult of the Lamb. We extended the railroad, so instead of the railroad turning into here, naked streaking. Put your pants back on. There are kids watching, like my little Ditto. Save that for the after dark. We have expanded our train system. I don't know if I showed you all this. I was able to keep building. We're gonna take her through this mountain and back this way. I think that's a better route, right? Maybe I did show you guys this on stream. I think this is a great... Do you like Jackbox? I love Jack. 20 stream streak, by the way. Ryan, honestly, I'm so happy you're here. We have nearly cleared that area of the map. We're gonna extend this little sanctuary out into the beach. I think I'm gonna replace all this with beach sand. I want the tower to be clear. Do I have my Game Boy on me? We have an item to submit. A Game Boy Advance. I can't share mine yet. Want a streak? Ali, streak! Take it off! Woo! Woo! We're streaking? Okay, guys, yes, everyone. I'll start. Oh, where's my Game Boy Advance? My Game Boy system. Did I put it away? Be honest. We have to submit that to get our next badge. Ali, how's your week been? Guys, I decided to stream a day earlier than I was intending. I will still stream tomorrow. Probably. Maybe I'll make it a morning stream. I really have nothing planned in the morning, so maybe I can stream in the morning. You guys mind if I streamed in the morning? If I streamed in the morning, I'd definitely be playing Pokopia. Another Mewtwo stamp. Yes. Guys, look at our stamp card that ends today, by the way. We're gonna get so much money from that. Gotta do our dailies. Ooh, ocean poster recipe. Dun, 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 dun. Age stone, wait. Got you on my phone? Oh my god. Lucas. Hate Twitch Mobile. We hate Twitch Mobile. Hate. Not too bad. Once to fix your tooth. Wait, what was wrong with your tooth? If you don't mind me asking. I'm trying to set something up for this Saturday. If you want to join, I'd love to have you. For this Saturday, I would love to join Jackbox. Sorry, I missed that whole message. I did not need to. Hop Hip is gone? There's no more Hop Hip? Ah. Oh. Oh, I see. What do I need to make the luxury bed? Where's the luxury bed? 1 rare Pokemetal. What about the couch? 1 rare Pokemetal. I didn't grab the table. Maybe I have a luxury table. No, that didn't catch my eye. Is this a... That's... I love that Hitmontop. Hitmontop is just in here, and then I have another shop right outside. Like, the other shop is right here. And Hitmonlee! The Hitmons are at work today. Oh, look, luxury chair. We are getting distracted. We're supposed to be getting our Game Boy. I bought 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10 yesterday, and I already own 3 and 4. Oh my god. Well, Lucas, I would love to join. Hopefully it all works. Let me know times. I think at this point, I don't have plans Saturday. I will have to return and let you know for sure, but I'm not aware of any plans I have. Oh, here's my Game Boy. Okay. Hi. My filling fell off? Oh my god, that sounds painful. My filling? Truth be told, I am overdue for a dentist appointment, but I take pretty good care of my teeth. I think we all probably could floss more, even though there are some people I've met in life that are really great flossers, and I want to know their tricks. Like, are any of you really good flossers? Your Discord, I can DM you the local time for you. Actually, if you do ! Discord, you should be able to join mine and add me. And add me there. Let's give up a Game Boy system. Every day and I still have plaque, it'd be like that. See, that's the thing, is like, maybe some join us, you can trash Matt. Oh, I cannot wait. I can't wait. I cannot wait to give Matt the hardest time. I mean, period. If you go to announcements, the last message should be mine, or second to last message. Part 7. Oh wait, we've gotten 7 badges. These things are definitely necessities, no matter where you are. Yeah, a Game Boy system. I've got a limb cable for the Game Boy system, so let's battle when you join the team. Anyway, here's your reward for that mission. That's the 7th badge. We need 1 more badge, and then we're done. And then I think we're done with this mission, with this part of the game. And then the next part would just be filling the Pokedex, which we can do that while we build out the worlds, which I think would be really fun. That badge will let you, I'm starting to run out of ideas. Oh, when you got that badge, you can eat spicier food or something. Anyway, what's really important is the next mission, because it's the last one, part 8 of the Team Initiation Challenge. Go get them. A cherished photo. You just need to take a photo. You just need to take one photo and bring it here. Not just any photo. Imagine you had to leave all your friends and move somewhere really far away. Take the kind of photo you'd want to bring with you when you go. Wait, this is sad. They're like, unfortunately, some people are just prone to it, and you're one of them. Guess what Pokemon I got today? Did you get Gardevoir today? Did you finally make it to Gardevoir? Bring one photo just like that? Wait, that's a sad... Guys, who should we... Okay. Should we get the starters? Like, all the people we started this journey with? Should we get some favorites? Yes, sir. Oh my god, you're already in Skylands? That's insane. Who should we take a photo with? Should we just take a picture of us, like, in this area? Because, you know, we spent so much time working on it. What if we, like, gathered a bunch of Pokemon and just had them in the background? Been like, hey, these are all our friends. A picture you would want to take with you on a long trip. Like, that's so sad. Who can we take with us? Who's been with us forever? Well, first of all, we're gonna need to change our outfit. I love this Team Rocket fit, but I feel like our sailor fit is kind of who we are, you know? This is our uniform for work. Oh, it's War Turtle. So many berries. Mountain berries. Can't eat them all. Oh, hey, Ditto. Good morning. How's your comfort level? You want relaxation? Hard stuff? There's literally all this stuff here. Okay. I like this hairdo. Oh, with the headband is cute. We'll keep the headband. I like this hair. But we might go back to purple. Or this blue. Actually, let's do the purple. Sailor outfit. But I want to change to the bandana. Because I like the headband better. The bag is fine. And then we'll switch to shoes. Get the shoes, honey. Get the shoes. Team Rocket shoes work. Yeah, the sailor one's the best. CJ, welcome in! Oh my god, CJ with the 13 check-ins and 30 stream streak. That has to be the longest streak. A Pichu! Yes, we have Pichu. Pichu was kind of one of our first spawns, actually. Hop Hip! Hop Hip, do you just live here now? That's insane. Look at you. I'm so happy you're here. Oh, just jump right on Pichu. Sorry. Let's see. Let's get Torchic and Piplup in this photo. I think I want Torchic and Piplup in this photo. And I think I want... What else do we want in this photo, guys? We should definitely have Tangrowth in this photo. I mean, as crazy as Tangrowth is, like, he has done some insane stuff. We should take a photo with him because he's kind of been with us through it all. Like, he was our first friend, you know? So we'll get Piplup, Torchic, and we'll get Tangrowth together, and we'll take a photo probably in this in this area that's like the most built out. I spent so much time building this out. I'm like really proud of it too. And it just looks so pretty. And there's so many Pokemon still here, so I feel like it's like perfect. And it's raining. Honestly, it kind of just like solidifies our journey. It's been raining nonstop since Kyogre got here. I'm so cute. What a cute little Ditto. CJ, how are you today? Did you have a good day today? Be honest. I hope you had the best day. I hope work wasn't crazy. I hope and I hope you're relaxing now that it's the end of the day. Are you almost off work? Are you still working? Vox, we're about to take our last picture. We're bringing Piplup and Torchic over to take the photo with us. Torchic, come here. Oh, you have bricks for me. Thank you. Follow me. And Piplup. I only have one more place to get to level 10. No way. Follow me. Come. We're going. Sarah, what are you doing up there? No one's working right now. Meowth is literally right here. Both of these guys should be working their shift, okay? We have a lot of work to do in this area. I think we're gonna make it pretty residential. Like, I am at 225 Pokemon too. Let's see. I don't think I have nearly that many. Maybe 100. Let's see. How can I see that? Is it just in your Pokedex? 183. Oh, that's not bad. That's way more than I thought. Way more than I thought. And we have recipes for a lot of these habitats. They just haven't spawned yet. Hi, babe. Welcome in. 27 check-ins is so many. No spawn. Let's give Snorlax our food for the day. Come on, guys. Keep up. Keep up, guys. Keep up. Actually, we're gonna need to get Blastoise too, low-key. In that photo with us. I mean, Blastoise is just iconic. Here you go. Fresh carrot. Nice. Okay. Maybe we'll get some more new spawns. Alright, guys. Let's go get Blastoise. Oh, no. Not Sparkling. It's Rocky. Oh! Torchic won't come because I have a mission for her? Okay, let's do that mission. I mean, what else are we gonna do? I'm not rushing it. Torchic's like, I asked you to do something for me here, so... Actually, I'm not going. Hey, Blastoise. Hey, guy. Let's go. I didn't recognize Ditto at first. I hope they didn't notice. Oh, he hasn't seen me in so long. Follow me. I haven't talked to him in days. Is Larvitar around? I think Larvitar's over this way, actually. Sorry, guys. I know I'm making you walk a lot. Oh, you just have to get Skylands to level 10? I don't think even Rocky Ridges, like, I haven't done anything here. Except for clear off all the freaking volcanic ash. Literally, that's all I've done in this place. Are there any other recipes that I can buy? No, these are all pre-built. Oh, I saw recipes. Oh. Just learn all this stuff. Oh, I don't have enough. Alright guys, let's go back to... I guess we'll have to do her challenge. I really want her there. Lake Beach. Vox, how much further are you in that build you were sending me photos of? Can they live here? Okay, Piplup low-key lives here already, so let's make... Wanna move in here? In my house. Sure is. And then we say goodbye, and now Torchic. What did you need me to do again, friend? What you need again? Could you make a hot spring like this? Making me make a hot spring. Okay, let's see. I know. Yeah, Alright, Torchic. You want to come with me? Let's go. I wanted to make this a hot spring anyway. So I'm just going to put a little pond here. Watercolor poster. Ooh, that sounds pretty. See, I think once I complete the main story, then I can spend time making sure I get things for everybody. Okay, we're going to go in here. Fresh water. Okay, that didn't work. Come on, Torchic. Let's go to that one over there. Oh. What are you selling me? A microwave. Guys, another microwave. I'm the same. Right, that sounds like a good idea, right, Ali? I want all my upgrades and recipes. Yeah, I think I got hasty trying to, like, what is it called? Terraform? Change the world? Build? I got hasty trying to do that really quickly. But we were not ready for that. And it was taking up a lot of my time. And I feel like I really milked the story, to be honest. Because I got really excited. But I learned that by completing all the upgrades, it's easier to do all that stuff. And the Pokemon still have challenges for you, like, afterwards. So it's kind of worth it. Come on, Torchic. Soda Pop. Can you heat this up for me? Here, look at this. Do you think he'll warm up the water? Let's see. Oh. Will you heat that up? Boop! Alright, well. How do I get hot spring water? Should I just put another vending machine out here? I don't want to terraform an entire world and then find some cool items and having to That is so no, you're so real for that because like I didn't even know we had railroads and then the minute I saw the tracks, I was like, "Oh, I have to completely change everything." And now that we can break, I'm just going to break a hole into this. I just want to break a hole into there. Or maybe, ooh, maybe I can lift that hole up and make it like a window. Would that be cooler? I think it would be cooler. Can I make vending machines yet? Let's see. I don't see vending machines. Or maybe I just don't have the material for it. I can just go to recipes. I just want to remove tips and tricks because why is it there? Collection. Recipes. Furniture? Is it furniture, do you think? No. Utilities, maybe. Oh, we definitely do not have it. We don't have it. Do you think we can buy it at the shop? Oh, but I don't think we have enough coins to buy it out of the shop, low-key. This is not good. Like, how do I bottle hot spring water? Let's be honest. Only 600 coins. I don't think I'm able to buy a vending machine. Yeah. I probably... Oh, right here. 200. Oh, I can... It's only one. Okay, let's just... Here, Torchic. Let's put another vending machine somewhere. Honestly, right here is cute. We can even put a little bench. Oh, there's no electricity here. Restocked! Ugh. Vending machine needs to restock first, I'm afraid. I know. Can I only use one vending machine at a time? Okay, sorry, Torchic. I'm gonna have to go find some tea. I have 2 vending machines over here I can look in. Please be some tea. Please be some tea. I wish I knew how to make tea. There's 2 vending machines here. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da ba ba da ba. Moo milk coffee. Ugh, fresh water. Oh look, he's selling a vending machine, but I think I can't use it, huh? Once I place it. Why make tea when you are the tea? If you are the tea, you ain't gotta get the tea. You know what I mean? Does that strike your fancy? What you willing to trade for it? Why does he sound? Why am I making him sound like that? Oh, that's just not enough for you? That's not enough for you? I don't think it's gonna work. I'm trying to think where else I have vending machines. I think I have one here. Like literally right in front of my home. You have arrived home. Yeah. I literally have to go into the. I just googled. Oh, there's no power on this, huh? Hey, Rotom, come here. Do you not shock things? You don't give things power? You're not electric type, so you're a liar. I don't even think I have any electric types here. Like, quite literally, he's the only electric type. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? How do I get tea? Is Torchic finna not be in this picture? I don't. Hey, Kate, welcome in. Welcome back. Yes, with the check-in. Period. How are you? I don't think Torchic's gonna make it in this photo, guys. And because of that, who can we replace her with? Oh, I know just the guy. How are you doing today? Honestly, life has been throwing a million wrenches my way, and I'm starting not to be able to duck and dive. I'm getting a little tired of it. But like I say every stream, this is honestly some of the best time I have nowadays. Being on stream, hanging out with friends. So stream has been fun. I did work with with a friend today. I'm helping her with her business right now. As freelance consulting, pretty much. I would consider it consulting, marketing consulting, and helping her with her outreach and her research, or her outreach and her marketing. So that's what we were doing this morning, and then I did some other work during the day. And I wanted to start posting clips and stuff, so I think I need to go back and watch my Pokopia. You got it. You gotta enjoy when life fucks you. I know. I mean, should we get Weed Cat? Should we bring the Weed Cat? Let's bring the Weed Cat to take the picture with us. I'm just gonna keep putting somebody to work. Greninja's here too. Someone's here. Who is it? Who is it? Weed Cat. Yeah, Spaghettito. Weed Cat, Weed Cat. Corviknight. Well now, I haven't seen anyone who looks like you in a very long time. How nostalgic. I used to give humans rides as I flew, but now I've no idea where they all are. Now that they're gone, I quite miss them. Oh, you've actually been searching for humans? In that case, I'd like to assist. I hope someday I'll fly with humans once more. Corviknight! We love Corviknight! Oh my god. Hi, Mickey, what's up? How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Get your check-in. We have a channel redeem for check-ins. OMG, one of my favorite birds. Wait, Kate, are you a Pokemon fan? We love Corviknight in this house. Oh, they have a second location. We don't know where it is, though. Corviknight! They all kind of live here right now. Where's Dragonite, actually? Dragonite. Do I have honey? Almost forgot. Yes, get your check-in. I'm good. Just got home from work. Oh my god. Watrell, I was not trying to collect you. I'm trying to get Dragonite. Do you see how you just spawned in? Dragonite, come with me. Honestly, I was so excited to get Dragonite. How was work today, Miggy? I hope you had a great day. Are you excited for who's excited for the weekend? I actually just got done drawing a Pokemon collage of some of your favorites. If you're not in my Discord, you must be, so you can send me that photo. I want to see. On my summer breaks from college, I used to like try to draw. I can't say I was successful, but I did have fun. Lame, it was slow as fuck, I didn't do anything. Mickey, what do you do for work if you don't mind me asking? Me, everyone's, yeah. Guys, clap if you think you're ready for the weekend. I want to rot and play some games. Allie, I want you to play games with me. How do I get games with Allie? Let's talk about it. Where do I sign up? What is everyone's plans this weekend? What does everyone have planned to do? We're here to collect Blastoise. Follow me. And Torchic. Torchic, come here. Oh, right as you're... Now I feel bad. I gotta wake him up. Hey, wake up! Wake up! Fishy! Wake up! I'm a hairstylist. Ooh, hairstylist. I find that so interesting. How long have you been doing hair? I need to play the Blood Moon. Me too. Okay, after we finish this, after a few hours of this, we're definitely gonna get some Blood Moon games in. I've been having a lot of fun opening the lobby to whoever wants to come play. So, any may hear done bad. Okay, me too. That's why I'm wearing a hat. I need a haircut, like, immediately. Follow me, Torchic. Oh, wait. I forgot. Torchic can't come with us. You know what? Maybe it was okay I woke you up. Let's split up. I forgot that we Torchic can't come with us. It's Piplup we want. Piplup, come here. Follow me. Alright, now let's all go to Withered Wasteland. Now we have to find the best photo spot. Bed rotting in Blood Moon. I know. I mean, isn't that a way to spend the weekend? I was just saying that horizontal gaming is ideal, you know? Anything like playing Pokopia in bed, top tier, nothing compares. Almost 11 years. Oh my god, period. I can do y'all's hair. Please, Miggy, cut my hair. I'll feed you with snacks. Post it on the Discord. Okay, wait. I'm gonna go check out Kate's photo real quick. What? This is so cool. Oh my god, I love the POVs. That Houndoom is so cute. I like how zoomed in it is. These are so cute. Kate, that's so cool. Handheld Switch thing. I want my TV. That's so real. I'm happy I have like a real Switch. Like, now I used to play Switch Lite before I bought a Switch. Isn't that crazy? That's all I used to do was handheld. I love snacks. Period. The king of snacks. I am. No, I'm not. Honestly, truth be told, I never have snacks in my house. But I am a snacker. I think that's why I don't have snacks. I know all I'll do is eat them. You know what I mean? I literally never have snacks. I have one cookie left because all I've done is eat them all. Okay, I think we're gonna go here. Ooh, no, maybe up here on these ledges. Maybe we can get them up here. Are you guys following along? Dragonite's flying. Oh, I forgot it's a bridge. I forgot I didn't finish the bridge. Oh, Dragonite's here easy. Ooh, a picture from up here with the Pokemon Center in the background. Okay, wait. Is this somebody's home, this tree? I don't know. Let's see. Moment of truth. It is. It was someone's home. I think it was Pidgeotto's home. I think so. It was Pidgeotto or Noctowl. And Noctowl literally despawned as I broke the tree. Oh well. I considered having a kid just to always have snacks. Fuck them kids! I definitely want kids, but I'm also in the fuck them kids boat at the moment. I'd be like, oh, Noctowl! Noctowl, hey, come here. Come here, please. Let me talk to you so I can reassign you a home. But also, maybe Noctowl should be in the photo instead of Tangrowth. Hey, wait for me. Where's Piplup? Hi, guys. Maybe I should put some flooring down to help you. Oh, whoops. I think only 4 Pokemon can follow me at a time anyway. This is a great view. Let's move Noctowl in here first. I'll move in here. Indeed, it's all yours. Okay. But I still want you to follow me. Follow me. Where's Piplup? Where's Piplup? Piplup, why are you guys... Guys, get it together. Got a minute. Yes. Aw, he gave me seaweed. I have kids and I'm like, fuck them kids sometimes. I live. I have enough nieces and nephews to get over that itch. Plus, I'll just take their snacks. Honestly, I always say the perk of having a niece. Oh, Piplup wasn't following me. Is Blastoise not following me either? Where's Blastoise? Oh, you are following me. Okay, come. Guys, we gotta get together. We all fit here, I believe. Everyone, in formation. Oh, Noctowl walking is so cute. I'll put you there. No, stop. I'll put you over here. Blastoise, come here. Blastoise, come here. Good, Blastoise. Blastoise, come here. Come here, Blastoise. Push Blastoise. Okay, we're gonna get them all in the shot. We're gonna get them all in the shot. Noctowl, get closer. Get closer with the group. Everyone, look. No. 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 This is so hard. Oh, I know what to do. No, stop looking at me. Oh, we have to reorganize them. Okay, this is really a task. Okay, Noctowl, go right there. And then Piplup, I need you to go right here. Hoot, you're kind of in the way. Hoot, can you take the photo for us? Dragonite is huge. Okay, wait. Wait, we're gonna do it, guys. I'm so excited. Now that Nola's older, she will write "No daddies" to hide her snacks so David. I love that. The hoo just flying around. The hoo is it's a photo op. But they moved, didn't they? Oh no, they didn't. They didn't. You guys are great Pokemon. I love you. Okay. Are you guys ready? Wait, that's not where I want to be standing. I'm gonna stand right here. Right here. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got all of them. Change hands. I kind of want... No! Please! Stop! Go back! Oh, this is so cute! Hey! Every day we lit. Wait, this is so cute, right? I just took so much time positioning them. That part, I take my nephew all the time. Make sure the food is in point. I love that. I like that you're smiling in real life for the pic. I know! It's so cute. It's so cute. Wait, that was so cute. Wait, I hope it... Wait. I want to see if I got Piplup. Let's look at the photo. Stop! I didn't know I could take such cute photos. Kevin, how's work? I'm sorry, I literally start... Oh! I wanted Piplup jumping like that. This is the perfect photo, but we can't see the waterfall in the background, guys. Let's try that again. Alright. We're gonna try to get the waterfall in the back. My head is so big. There you go. There you go. Okay. Okay. I like that one too. It's little secrets. Full of chisme. Busy as fuck. Oh, well, you're almost done. Today's your last day, right? Before the weekend. Today's your Friday, guys. Everyone, clap for Kevin. We made it through the week. What? Yes. Okay, we got the cutest photo ever. They're so adorable. I love all these Pokemon. Okay, I'm happy with our photo. We'll look through them. Thank you guys for working with me. Noctowl, you're totally fine to leave. You three, you guys can stay with me for the meantime. Yay, Kevin! Chisme. Oh, my life source is Chisme. If I could survive off Chisme alone, I would try. I would absolutely try. Piplup, Blastoise, Dragonite. Okay, Dragonite's here first. Dragonite, would you like to move in? Stay at my place for a little bit? Want to move in here? Really? I can move in? Yeah, you totally can. Alright, who's next? Who's gonna be next? There's Blastoise. Look at him go. Imagine the emo is clapping. Hercules! Hercules! Like that. Piplup! Piplup! Piplup's racing! Piplup's gonna make it! Piplup! Oh, Piplup beat Blastoise to the house! This is crazy! Oh, he's so slow. But Piplup beat him! Such goldfish brain. Like, I gotta check at least 900 times what 6 Pokemon I need for the reservations. Lucas, let's have a real conversation, because I have a goldfish brain too when it comes to this game. And there's actually quite literally video evidence of me saying I need this thing. Fast forward 5 seconds, 30 seconds even. And I'm like, on to the next task. I haven't even picked up what I needed, and I've started building something else. So I think that this game is just creating that inside of me, and I don't know how to fix it. Have matching Chismosa social club shirts and Chisme cups. Wait, that's so funny. That's so cute. With his cheeks? Well, yes. Kevin, do you have anything fun planned this weekend? Besides stream, everyone go check out Kevin's IRL stream this weekend. Those are always fun. Hopefully I can be there. I wasn't able to really hang out for the last one. I don't even need a game to do that. Kate's like, I got ADHD. Oh, I don't have an IRL stream this weekend. Wait, when is your nail stream? Is that today? Or did I see your announcement wrong? When's your nail stream? You definitely posted something in your Discord. Oh. Alright, guys, this was fun. This was fun. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm gonna go. Stop, come back! Last place, I want you to move into my house. Want to move in here? It sure is. Guys, we can all sit around and look at our photos together and pick the right photo together. IRL rave stream. Oh wait, you're going to a rave this weekend? IRL rave stream would be hilarious. Go ahead. Everyone can. It's a little tight. There's one spot left. I have to add a bed. If I add a bed, I think Piplup will live here. Here, I'll even add, yeah. I'll move in here. Bed with plush. Yes, it is. Easy peasy. All right, let's look at these photos and pick which one we want to send to our Rocket League guy. Team Rocket guy. Right? Take a photo? Okay, let's see. Albums. Stop. This is so cute. Save to console album. Yes. Oh, guys. Rocket League. Yes, Rocket League. Team Rocket League. This one's cute too. With the little exclamations. Letting the rain just fall on them. I'm sorry, I have to save these. This one's good. Honestly, this was the best one. This was the best one. Stop! I think we're gonna choose this one. The Arcanine plush? I got you right now. Blastoise's face! I know! Like, look at him! I wish I could zoom in. This is too cute. Okay, I like this photo where, with the waterfall in the back, I think this is the one I'm gonna choose. This is what I'm gonna give to the little Team Rocket guy. This is the kind of photo you want when you're on an exploration alone, right? That's what he said. He's like, bring back a photo that you would want to bring with you on a long trip, right? This would be a cute photo to remember all of the friends you made and how much time you spent on this game. Oh, somebody was asking me how many hours I put into this game so far. I guess I can't see it while I'm playing. I'll have to check later. I think we're gonna use this one. I agree. Okay, cool. I got Allie's permission to use it. Allie's pretty much our co-pilot in this whole adventure because she's kind of been here since the beginning. And not just kind of, she has. She's seen all the trials and tribulations. She's sort of been here throughout the whole thing. And it's so crazy because I was going through my VODs, like I was uploading all my VODs from the month of March onto YouTube. Which, if you don't know, if you want to watch the VODs, they're on YouTube. The audio quality is horrible, I know. But we're working on equipment upgrades, but you know, there's some steps we have to take to get there. And all right, guys, this is it. This is the last challenge, and then we can start building. Here we go. Stop. Stop. Let's submit it. Cam quality is 10 out of 10 though. I appreciate that, Lucas. I appreciate it. I know sometimes the mic cuts in and out, so I try to get close to the mic so that at least I'm a little loud. And I know that my capture card often changes the audio and like makes it staticky. So I apologize for all those audio inconsistencies. Wow, what perfect timing. Lugia gracing us with its presence while we submit. What cam do you have? Just some Logi, some little webcam that my brother gave me. All right, here we go. Crackle. You're satisfied with your photo, right? I think this is our last badge. We just got our 8th badge. In that case, you've finally finished the entire team initiation challenge. Congratulations! Here's your final reward. Earth badge. That's the last badge. Yay! Alright, with that, you're now truly one of us. This calls for a celebration, a welcome party. We'll provide the food and decorations. Oh my god, are we going to be able to enter this tower? Like, is this going to open up to us? We'll provide the food and decorations. Sorry to ask this, but could you prepare some party poppers? Like, I wonder if there's a Pokemon in there, you know? It wouldn't really feel like a party without them, now wouldn't it? Like, what if it's like... I'm trying to think of, like, Team Rocket Pokemon. Like, coughing... Poppers? Bring the poppers. That's in order. That's what it said. Proof that one has overcome an extremely difficult trial. That is so interesting. I love this game. I need my poppers. I think I have party poppers in this one. I gotta get my poppers. I gotta get my rush. I saw a TikTok and he tried to use the party popper and punched on accident. I think they're in here. There you go. They're my poppers. Oh, let me put my badges away. Oh, Hop Hip, what are you doing here? Like, where do you live, friend? I'm gonna put you in here. Hey, hey! No, you were photobombing earlier. I don't want to talk to you. I have nothing to say to you, All who wanted to do was be included. I shouldn't be mean. Alright. Putting our badges away. So we can... Gotta fly! Gotta fly! When did Pokemon Center stop being done the next day? What do you mean? They're always done the next day. I love this, the accidental punch the Pokemon or steal their stuff TikToks. Oh yeah, I love that. I love that. Alright guys, party popper time. Clunk. The delivery hatch is completely full. Oh, delivery hatch. You weren't able to deliver the party poppers. Hello, Hustine. Oh, it's Tangrowth. Sorry we didn't include you in that photo earlier. My Sky Island one says it's done at 60-minute build. Do you have if you have Tinkaton on any builds, it'll only take an hour to finish the build, just FYI. Or it'll take way less time. She cuts the time by a lot. So like I think if you do all the the power ones, like the windmill or the water wheel or whatever, Tinkaton does that in like 15 minutes. So I would put her to build everything with like all your builders, and it would literally maximize the time or minimize the time it takes to build it. I just couldn't get this building off my mind. So I came to investigate a bit more. Guys, this is it. So how goes it? Did you learn anything about the building? Honestly, we don't know anything about this building at all. We're just supposed to have a party, yeah. The party poppers won't fit, no. Oh, ho, 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 Hustine. Party poppers are no good if you just shut them away. Let me show you how to use them. Tangrowth! Here, watch this. First, you grab this string tight to get ready. Then, you twist off the cap, and then you hold one nostril, and then inhale. And that's how you use party poppers. And that's how you use party poppers. Come on, you do it too. Yeah, just like that. All right, now let's pull the strings. Ready, set. Oh, oops. Emergency. Emergency, emergency. We may be under attack. What's happening? Did I do something wrong? There, hush now. Initiating emergency evacuation protocol. 3, 2. Oh my god, I look so derpy. 1, 0. Is that a fucking rocket ship? What the fuck? Blast off! Hold on, I want a screenshot of this. The electrical wire. Stop! These are all our friends! Torchic made it! Torchic made it to the end! Wait! This is our story! This is so cute! They're all looking at that rocket like, what the fuck is that? Stop! All our friends! Look at Dragonite! Okay, Loki, Dragonite's in my house, Loki. He's not in this world. I'm not crying, you're crying. That's just... Whoa, 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 whoa! My Valentino bag! That whole big building just flew away? I don't suppose I did something I shouldn't have. No, you didn't do anything wrong, Tangrowth. But you know, this is just one more surprise. I've witnessed wonder after wonder since I first met you. You made houses just like the humans did and brightened up a whole town with electricity. You held a party for everyone and started up a huge machine. Thanks to you, we Pokemon have gotten... This is honestly... This is kind of hitting me in the heart. This is so cute. Hi, Eb. What's up? Ebster Webster, make sure you get your check-in. I'm actually getting a little heavy. This is so hard to... Like, you did all this for us. Ah! We Pokemon have gotten pretty skilled at acting more like humans. But to think of building as big as that could fly up that high into the sky, humans really can do incredible things. I mean, we were filling it with stuff. We got it. We made all kinds of things to put in there. Do you suppose there's any chance that humans are seeing that building out there somewhere? If they're alive. How are you? This is kind of wrapping up the story. Pokopia. This is so cute. All the things we made. Do you think they set that up so we can send them like a care package, like all this stuff we were making for them? It's a tiny little baby ship. All the stuff we were making for them, it's trying, like they were like, Pokemon, if you're alive, if anyone's alive. Look at us going through the planets. This is so adorable. I love this like sticker. They look like stickers. It's very Paper Mario. Like the 2D animation. Oh no. No, 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 no. Not all the stuff. No, it has to get to the humans. It does look cool. Eb, I hope you're doing great. Tell me about your week. Welcome in. We were all like, we need to get the humans back. We need to get the humans back. And now we're sending them stuff. We're trying to get them back. We sent them all this stuff. We made beds. We sent them materials. We sent them food. We sent them a Game Boy. We sent them entertainment. It was actually my birthday yesterday. Well, happy belated birthday, Eb. Happy birthday. How old did you turn? 20? 19? Like, we're kind of young. 17? I hope he gets to the humans. 19 now? Oh my god, you're so young. I'll have to be 19 again. I hope you had the best day. What did you get into? Ooh, cha. Yeah. Do you think our trainer is still alive? Do you think he's gonna see the picture and be like, that's me! That's my Ditto! Do you think? We'll never know. Oh, there's more. I thought it was over. You're only one day in, Eb. You have time to think about it. Oh my god. Wait, no! Our trainer is still alive! Oh, or someone. That has to be, right? The Ditto? You have no idea what we've done. We've spent so many days trying to help you. Ash bottom ketchup. Oh my god, he's gonna see the picture! He's gonna know we're okay! Ah, my heart! I'm freaking out! He's gonna know we're okay! I'm literally tearing up! That was incredible! When we first got here! Oh my god, are these screenshots of our game? That's so funny. Oh, that actually had me choked up a little. That was so sweet. Oh my god, look at that. It doesn't even look like that anymore. Neither does this, low-key. Piplup! When you finish a game, oh my god, we're just so committed to these Pokemon. Dead Pikachu! The change is crazy. I know. Me learning strength. My haircut, trying to get the party going. We were about to start the party and I literally brought all those Pokemon over there. Do you like story games? I love story games. I love getting attached to characters. I love storytelling. This was such a good game. Oh, my heart. That was so nice. You worked so hard. I can't wait to make them the best world ever. Oh, we found Mewtwo. That was literally the other day. And our photo! Yeah! Life is Strange. Have you played it? No, but I've seen so many people play it. Stop! This game was so good! 10 out of 10! I'd give it like an 8 out of 10, but it's just because I prefer to like have some action. More action. What's that? A tablet? Assuming someone actually does complete my mission for me by getting food and furniture and all that stuff piled up. What should I do if they actually want to join our organization? I don't know if any super serious do-gooders would want to join Team R, but if they do ask to join, I guess we could let them. Might not be so bad. I bet everybody'd be real surprised if they found out Team R built a rocket to evacuate into outer space all by ourselves. We even have more than enough fuel to make it back to the planet easily after the environment's calmed down a bit. The boss's plan is absolutely perfect. The boss says that the scale of the plan to get all humans into outer space at once is just too large. He said that if anything goes seriously wrong, the others might not have enough fuel to get back. Maybe we could just share some of our extra fuel with them if that happens. Then maybe people think, oh, Team R is actually so nice, and we get more people wanting to join up. Either way, I bet we can make a bunch of money from it all when the time comes. Holy shit. Remember when you were like, I don't like games like this. I know, but Pokemon. You'd really enjoy it? It looks like a lot of fun. Life is Strange. I would love to play that. Astonishing. Humans really could do the most incredible things. They didn't just build a big building like that. They even made it fly up into the sky. He is just so inspired by humans. It's so cool. Our biggest hint may have blasted off and flown away, but as I watched it go, I couldn't help but think, somewhere, somehow, humans will see that building. I'm sure of it. And it got to my trainer. And then they'll come back here. I truly believe that. So until that day arrives, let's work together with the other Pokemon here to make it even to make even nicer places to live. So those humans will be gobsmacked to see what they're coming home to. Let's keep it up, Hustine. That was so cute. I actually got a little emotional there. That was really, really cute. The memories photo frame, stop. And Tangrowth is just gone. Guys, there's Magnemite. It's official. Wait, let's steal some of this stuff, actually. Or explore, too. It's down here. Team Rocket hideout? Oh, it's a bunker! Copy of what? Excuse me. Rocket hideout. Wait, I want that. I want that. And I want this. And I want that. And I want that. Oh, I want this too. And I want this. I'm not watching because of spoilers. Yes, don't watch. I'm sorry. I'm so loud. You're like literally like, hello, I'm playing. I'm so sorry. I'm stealing all this stuff. You can watch now. The story's over. We're about to start building again. Story's over. Let's take the trash. I want to take these doors. Oh, I'm carrying too much stuff. Easy. Let's get rid of this. I want that. I want this. And I want these. I want the doors. Carrying too much stuff. Easy. Let's get rid of this. Oh no, I want the beach sand actually. Oh. Yeah. Well, I want these too. So let's take that and this. You stealing? I have been. Allie is my witness. I have been stealing this whole game. Literally. This game is honestly just theft. Stealing everything. Look, if it wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me. Let's get rid of oh, let's just eat our berry. And then let's eat our seaweed. And then eat this. And then eat this. And now we have full power and I can grab this door. I wanted. Alright. I think I grabbed everything I wanted. Right? Nothing else? Oh! This stuff too. Oh, I'm carrying too much stuff? I'll come back for you. As you should. I mean, I should. Alright, let's go talk to Magnemite. Let's get the Magnemite power. Pretty sure this is how I get it. The open sky! The fresh air! The Pokemon! It has been a time since I saw them all. Hello, hello. Will you be a friend of mine? Let us talk together. The electromagnetic waves emitted by the units on the side of its head expel anti-gravity, which allows it to float. Where did it go? There was a big building above here. Why is it gone? Well, I saved the world. It flew to the sky. It is difficult to believe. Incredible. Those humans were making a thing of amazement. I now understand. Those humans? What humans? There were many humans. They looked sketchy. They did things around the building. One day, they disappeared. I went inside to investigate, but I was unable to exit. I could not exit, and I had no things to do, so I slept. How long did I sleep? I don't know. When I woke, I was here. When the building flew, maybe. I fell out. The building was a comfortable space for sleeping. It would have been a good home. This is unfortunate. Let me make it up to you. You can make a home that is like the building? Is that a possibility? I'm gonna lurk, but have fun. Thank you so much, Eb. I appreciate you being here. I love when you come and hang out. Feel free to chime in whenever you're around. But we'll be here. If so, I would like that a large amount. Something like this, please make it. I'm trying to make him as robotic as possible. Oh, okay, I got that. I got all that stuff. I owe you one. Grab some more wires. Grab some more wires. Alright. Follow me. Departure! Let's go. I try to be here when I see you live. I know, I appreciate it so much every time you can. It's so good to see some of the wontons come in here. It's so weird to think that we don't see each other as often as we used to. You know? Oh, is that a feather? The rocket blew the feather. Carrying too much stuff? Great. I'm gonna eat this. Yeah, exactly. Jaden was in here the other. Jaden and I were playing the other day, and we hadn't played in like a month. I think Jelly was in here, and Lauren. Dives came in. It was pretty cool. Nope, I don't want that. Let's build his home. I think we literally have all this stuff in our pockets that he needs. Wires, circuit board, I think. Or did I leave it over there in the... See, we have wires here. There's a lamppost here. Ooh, construction. Picture bell. I'm busy. Don't you see I'm busy? I'm so mean to my Pokemon. I think it's Skylands. I'm just gonna make it force him to come with me. It's one of these, right? Me trying to look for the recipe so I can, or the habitat so I can make it. Is that hard? Is that so hard? Is that a crime? Right here. Oh, it's a, oh, what is it called? Control unit. I think they're all on Skylands. Control unit. I'm too shy to actually message people, so it's nice when I can watch them stream. Exactly. And I know you can be pretty shy, so I'm just happy you even feel like you have the confidence to. So I appreciate it. I wish to stay here. Fine. I'll go find this thing without you. It honestly makes my day to see my friends here. Who is opening and closing this door? Lurk for now, though. Okay. I hope you get your rest, friend. Again, thank you for being here. Oh my, how lovely. We are looking for some furniture. Like, where? I know I picked it up. I know I did. I'm just gonna put all that in there. I really don't have one. Alright, let's. Anyone there? Wait, there's another person! We're getting so many Pokemon today. Harvest Squire, you go. Poliwhirl, finally! Whoa! The water here's so pretty. Oh, nice to meet you. Did you come here to swim too? water might get a little slimy after I swim around in it, so you can go first. Ew. I'm pretty sure I have to go this way. The opal blocks are so pretty, aren't they? It's not this island, it's over here. Oh, which I should make a connector, a little teleporter. That's what that's for. Like, I'm pretty sure they were all in here. Right here, this guy. Alright. Alright, let's go back to my home. I think I have everything that I need at Withered Wasteland, and then I can find Magnemite. What? What, Allie? Magnemite, come here. Or actually, let's build it first. So it's this. It's the wires, or it's this. Do you think this counts? If it's reverse? There's the wires. Works. Stealing stuff. I'm sorry, but I got it. I did it. I did exactly what I wanted to do, and then I can move him. Oh, Magnemite, come here. I'm gonna just... So I guess it doesn't matter. There's no more rocket tower. Well, that sucks. I thought for sure the rocket tower was gonna be in the back of my world. Hey, Magnemite. Oh, he already knows. So you must try. There you go. I'm so cute. You learned Magnet Rise. Wow, Ditto, your floating is skillful. You must continue to practice. You will master Magnet Rise. Magnet Rise lets you move while you hover in the air. You can float up and down by pressing L or R while using this. Okay. Select an item in your bag. Press A to spit it out. For certain items, you can adjust the number of items you spit out at once by pressing up. Redirect where you spit them out by using down. Interesting. If you press R, the R stick, you can enter replacement mode, which allows you to swap what you want to spit out what's on the ground. Which allows you to swap what you want to spit out with what's on the ground. I read that all wrong. You can break what's in front of you with Y. The broken item will be stored in your bag. If you press and hold the button to break something, it will store it in your body so you can spit it out whole. Interesting. Oh wow, I'm moving pretty fast too. This. Okay, let's see. Let's practice. Why? That's way faster. Okay, can I do this? Oh my goodness. Guys, this is way faster than what the hell I was doing. And all of this is going into my inventory. Guys, you know the time I spent hours doing. It's okay. It's okay. That's why the end game is so important. So like when I'm redoing the floors of stuff, I could just replace the floors instead of breaking the floor. Well, I'll be you. That's why the end game is so important. Your face. I know. And I spent so much time like, and it was so hard for me. It took so long. Look at all this stuff on the ground that I have to clean up. And if I was just using my Magnemite power, I wouldn't have to. It builds character. Honestly, you don't know what I had to go through. Oh, yeah, so this is how I grab it. Oh. Did I miss Ho-Oh somehow? I didn't even know Ho-Oh came here. Oh, whoops. Carrot. Like, building that railroad would have been way easier if I just had magnet pull. The railroad, like, do you guys remember how hard it was for me to build the railroad? And like, this is seeming like I don't even need to do this because there's no rocket tower. And the waterfall, oh my god, the waterfall. You're gonna get me started, Allie, okay? I don't have enough PP. Don't you hate when there's not enough PP to go around? Let's go get some food. I need PP too. Off to the Pokemon Center I go. And that's coming. The game shows how disappointing PP is. I know, it's so, there's not enough PP ever. A rest sounds nice. That's coming from a game person. I know. We've experienced disappointment like that firsthand. And this game still manages to get us every time. I need more PP. See? Oh, Skiploom's here. Why is Skiploom here? Oh, Jumpluff's in the other world, and Hoppip's here. Okay. I think... Okay, that's the water for there. I think we're just gonna get rid of this section to expose the water, and then I think I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with making this be like rivers, maybe. Peepees unite! Give me the peepee! Did you not see? I was also missing peepee of my own. I don't know what to tell you. This emo, I know. The angry Elmo. Oh, the eyebrows one, actually? I didn't even see the eyebrows. Easy, easy. Like, it might be easier to break this. No, it wouldn't. It would not be easier to break this because there's nothing to, like, support me up there, right? Just that I have no people to give. I'm sorry. I have to go back and get my own PP. I know a guy, though. I am a guy. Yeah, but so if you got your own PP, why are you asking me? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Did your Skylands Pokemon Center get finished building, Lucas? Break that. I have a text message too. Guys, I'm getting hungry. This is not good. This is not very good. Ooh, but what if we made a little cave area? Maybe we can make the hot spring. Not enough PP. Is her name El Wolfie? Never. I need some food. Like in real life, it's 10 more minutes. It would be easier to break this immediately. No, I know. I don't even give it a chance. I can only heal myself once a day. What kind of... What? Let's eat some tomatoes. Oops. Alright, now I have food for days. Oh. Can you pick up the carrot? One. Not a carrot. Not a carrot. Not a carrot. Not a carrot. I don't have enough PP. Didn't I just... Oh, I collected the food, but I didn't eat it. Silly me. 1, 2, 3. Oh. And the Magnemite doesn't cut into the... Oh my god, wait. That's kind of iconic. The Magnemite doesn't cut into my... It was 60 today, and tomorrow's going to be 30. I'm so sad. It was 60. It's been like 60, 65 the last 2 days, Allie. It's been really nice out. Why can't I jump on there, please? It's cause of the cards. I'm thick and twisted. All right, time to edit. Okay, what are we gonna work on? I think just clearing out this area, and maybe making, like, adding more road, adding more stuff to that side, and completing this part of the world a little bit more, and then maybe constructing our building that we're gonna put in here is another goal of stream. Or at least for the time being. Ali, aren't you just excited for when the weather just becomes nice again? Also, Ali, is it Nola's spring break coming up? Or has that passed already? I'm pretty sure Mark's spring... Yeah, no, I'm not pretty sure. Mark's spring break is literally next week, so... Nice, it's so hot right now, baby girl. Oh my god, no way. I want it to be warm, but not hot. Like, it was humid today. It's raining and cold now. It was not cold earlier. It was nice out. It was actually really humid and kind of warm in the morning. When I went out to my friend's house. It does take quite a lot of energy to do this. I wonder what kind of food I can make to, like, make this happen or last a little longer. I think once this stone is cleared, we'll be fine on this side, and then we can start decorating. Can I please stop being on homework duty and cleaning duty and cooking duty? Please? Ronnie, I hereby declare you off those duties. And the only duty you should be doing is duty in the toilet. Also, Ronnie, welcome in. Make sure you get your check-in, friend. I hope your evening's not too busy getting cooking and cleaning and homework done. It's almost done. What are you gonna cook today, if you don't mind me asking? You know I always ask. I always want to know what you're cooking. This is gonna be with me when Nola starts school. Wait, was Nola on break this week? Was this week her spring break? Next week. Next week she's on break. Yeah, so is Mark. At least I have the lasagna in the oven. Ooh, I made lasagna the other week! And I forgot, honestly, a good lasagna slaps. So Ronnie, that's the right choice. Lasagna kind of cooks itself, you know? There are a lot of steps to it, but once it's in the oven for however long you bake it for, I know everyone has their own preferences for how long they want to bake. She has kindergarten screening? Oh my god, that's crazy. The homework is killing you? What kind of homework is it though? Girl, I went to Costco. They did the work. Oh, you bought the lasagna from Costco? I love that. Costco lasagna? Ooh, I'm gonna have to try that. See, I don't really... There's like certain things I only trust people making instead of like something from the store. But if you say it's good, I believe you. Because I feel like you know how to chef it up. You wouldn't just settle for some lackluster lasagna. I had a friend bring it to a potluck a few years ago. Ooh. You know what? That'd be friends. Sometimes you just get things at potlucks and you're like, wait, I'm gonna have to get this on my own. Two weeks ago, I was like, man, not my best. And my dad was like, it's so good. I made lasagna a few weeks ago as well, and I hadn't had lasagna in a while, but I thought it was good. It was a lot though. Lasagna. The thing about lasagna and why I don't have it often or haven't had it honestly in like kind of years, is that it's just so heavy. It can be so heavy and like just too much food. But the lasagna I made was very good, so it didn't feel like too much food. When I was keto, I fucked with cabbage lasagna. When were you on keto, Ronnie? How long ago was that? I was vegetarian for 3 years, guys, if you guys didn't know. Years ago. Yeah, same here. I haven't been vegetarian in years, but I was a vegetarian for a while. I gained so much weight because literally all I would eat was like grilled cheeses, like stuff with cheese, fried food, fried bread. I was making I learned how to bake biscuits, and like biscuits were like my go-to fun thing to do. I think this is fine. I mean, there's no tower anymore, so having this open doesn't really make a whole lot of sense anymore. Like, I know I said I wanted this alcove, but I've like kind of extended this whole part now. Look at how much stone I have. Yeah, under the transformation so I can clean. Did a lot of diets when I was doing Orange Theory. Ooh, see, Orange Theory looks like one of those places where you're really gonna get a workout. Yeah, I didn't share a lot of meals with my dad because I don't like figuring out how to... That's so funny. That's a smart way to do it. My brother was vegan for a few years, so making things for him was challenging. It was meh. Yeah, when I was vegetarian, we did lasagna with mushrooms and spinach and like tons of veggies. We just like packed it with veggies, peppers. I've also seen people make vegan vegetarian lasagna with how do I... There you go. Replace mode? No, that's no. Number to place. You can place up to 6? God, what have I been doing this whole time? Why didn't I just complete the story like I'm supposed to? And can I just place it anywhere I want? Like, guys, I've been doing this wrong this whole time. Look, I'm carrying 6 blocks. Don't clip my dysfunction and my despair. Being summoned again. Okay, good luck, Ronnie. We're here for you. If you need a break, come hang out. I'm sure your kiddos will understand that you're into Pokopia. You could just place them into the wall too if you didn't want the whole wall. And it's not 6, it's 9. It's 9, it's not 6. It's more than 6. It's 9. Allie, don't you dare laugh. Allie, you're like my co-pilot and my biggest op in this game. You're like, remember that time? And I'm like, no, I don't want to remember that time. I don't have enough blocks of barren soil where I sure know where to find some. I was here for the struggle and now we're here. Yeah, you've seen the whole glow up, you know? You kind of have been here for the whole thing. So this is Magnemite's home. Right? Magnemite lives here? Yep. Look at Slowking! Running. Slowking is running. Where are you running to? I hear the... Oh, Sparkle. You just go at your own pace at Orange Theory. Is it kind of similar to CrossFit? Like one big, like, workout group? Are my where are my... Ordinary soil, barren soil, barren soil, barren soil, barren soil, look. That's all I wanted. See, now we can rebuild this so much better. So excited. Oh, you can switch to orientation. Oh my god, guys, this is a game changer. Oh, it's only square numbers? Okay. Let's just do 1 for now. Alright, let's get our barren soil out. So now we can close up all those holes that we accidentally made. Remember those holes? Yeah, we can close them all up now. All those tunnels that I was just like playing with Graveler. Yeah, like the tunnel underneath this. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. But now, building is just gonna be that much easier. And I'm kind of here for it. And then we do this. Let's regenerate all that water. I mean, all that soil. I said regenerate all that water. I'm an idiot. What holes? Exactly. It's like Tetris. Literally. Now I just lift 20-pound meat sack all day. The baby. Honestly, I mean, I think my mom is one of the strongest women I know, and it's because she raised 2 kids and literally carried us all the time. Yeah, get that water out of there. It's not supposed to be there. Look at that. Make sure it's fixed. Same thing here. I let little one walk with us. Aww. Aww. That is so funny. Not this. Where's this all coming from? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Like, the way we're already rebuilding this is kind of insanity. Let's do this. Oh, actually, I forgot. Magnemite is the one we're supposed to be. This is gonna be way easier to like figure out how big the builds are too, you know? She's like, I go wherever I want. Yeah, she's like, you can't check. Go check me, boo. That's what she said. Go check me. I'm going this way now. Wow. Oh, we're gonna have to eat some snacks. Oh. Uh-oh, snitching on us. We've been playing this game for too long. Let's get back to our soil placement. Like, my issue is, what do I build back here? I said a little, like, waterfall, like, riverway. I guess we could just make it really simple. And put building blocks everywhere to block it. I like that. Let's make the waterfall come from here. Carrot? No carrot. What to do, what to do. Carrot? No carrot. Carrot? No carrot. Carrot? No carrot. Oh my god, we haven't found a single carrot in a while. Carrot? Carrot! You know, sometimes you just gotta put it into the universe. Carrot? Carrot! 2 carrots in a row. Okay, let's make it a 3. 3? Nah. It would have been too lucky. Okay, I'm gonna... This is the edge of the map. Like, it's not gonna let me go really past this. Like, if I try. Yeah, it stops me. So, I'm gonna place a marker here. What can we place down that would be like, end? Honestly, a light. Like, this is the edge of the map. I'll come up with a better idea. Carrot. No carrot. It's a don't be greedy, girl. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot. I can't fly and have water in my mouth. Maybe we can make some homes here. I mean, we have no homes. Still habitats up. Boing, boing, boing. This way? Look at that. We can put like little toys here. And now I don't have enough blocks of grass. I have 4. I don't even have 3. I guess I have to use my ordinary soil. Ordinary soil. This is cute. Waterfall number 17. Here, we're gonna add more water to this. Yep, I just wanted to fill it up. I need to put some things down here. How do I get more water to fill in this area? Like, I want it to fill up here. What a cute little area. Ooh, I know what to do. Because there's water here that we can break. Oh, some plant screw. Oh, right here? This is perfect. Alright, once I'm done with this, actually, I think I'm gonna switch over to DBD because I'm feeling like I want to play that sooner than later. And let's just cover that. And now it's like an underground little thing. Did the water fill up in here? It did. It did. Tons of water going out here now. Look at that. So now this makes a little bit more sense. This is a cute little cave. It might still be easier. Wolfie! Welcome in, Wolfie. How are you? How's the rest of your stream? We finished the story of this earlier. I did get I low-key got a little touched. I do say so myself. It was very touching story. I'm happy. I'm sad the story's over, but I'm happy we've unlocked all our powers now. So now we can actually like build. Ooh, a little cave. We can put some lights in here. It was fun. Is it there's the little badge still perhaps? No, I don't think so. I think the drops are over now. I didn't even get it either. Trust. Pissed. We were just talking about you. Oh yes. Of course we were. Nor. I know. Shucks, huh? I wish I could have it. Justin was like, I want a chulo. Oh. Sure, those were my words exactly. Run the VOD back. Run the VOD back. I'm not sure that's exactly what I said. This is cute. This is cute. We're just fixing stuff. Vox, you must have felt like you were the king of the world when you got the ability to use Magnemite, because it's interesting. A lot of talking behind my back, see? I blame Vox for not telling us about the badge. Honestly, it's Vox's fault. I did tell you, but you don't listen to me, baby girl. Lock it. Okay, this is gonna be a cute little area. Okay, I think we're on the road to Viridian City. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. You told us today, girl. Maybe Vox is the problem. No, I knew about the drop too. My issue was I never actually watched people play Pokopia. on Twitch except for myself. Well, maybe. Do you think if I had subbed to myself or gifted somebody a sub to my channel, I would have gotten the drop, the badge? You too. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Oh, I'm pissed. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. Look, you could have subbed any time. I've been playing this game for a week. You could have subbed at any moment. And you would have known. I'm joking. Wolfie, we do have sub badges. I didn't know about the badge. Oh yeah, that's honestly, that's probably the biggest problem. Like, it would help that you knew. You know, maybe you would have. I'm sorry, Wolfie. Look, the next time there's a cute little Pokemon badge, I'll tell you. I promise, I promise. Just wetting all the ground here. This way we can straight up just pull grass out of the ground. La 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 la, hiding secrets from me. Ooh, Vox. Secrets are no fun. When they're not for everyone. Wolfie, I have to show you the cutest photo. Ready? Want to see a picture of me and Vox? Vox came to visit! Vox also came to visit a second time. That's Terry. I don't know if I have a picture from that time, Vox. Also, look at this! Oh! Look at how cute we are! It's so cute. Cuteness overload, to be honest. You're paying for cuteness overload. Remember that when you spend $600 to play this. You're paying for cuteness overload. Back up. Back the water up. Oh, I have too much water in my mouth. There you go. Found it. Alright. And now we can do this. I guess I'm a one-time thing. Oh, Vox, you hear that? Mr. Wolfie's looking for you, Vox. Speaking of DBD, once I'm done pulling this grass up, we're probably gonna get into some DBD games ourselves here. We're just getting this place situated because now that I have these powers, baby girl, you got a storm coming. Now I'm just gonna spend all this time. Your camera be looking different. Look sharp. Are you serious, guys? You're the second person to say something about my camera. I don't know what changed. I didn't get a new camera. Not the chat. Chatterbait. Be so serious, Vox. Vox, please. The Omegle camera. Alright. Oh, and then with the Magnemite power, we literally can lift whole trees and move trees, which is gonna be so nice. Yo, Vox is on one today. We can add some flowers here. So what's the tea, Vox? Tell us. Tell us, Vox. What's wrong today? What's got you in your messy era today? Tell us. Be a little saucy, be a little spicy. That. Why is it not lifting off the ground? Oh, because there's no water here? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Honestly, you know what I'm gonna do? I think that helps. And then the Insta lily pads I love, right? Look at this. Oh, so cute. And they count as like step pads. I have it all over. Isn't it so good? It adds so much to the vibe. So much to the vibe. Also, Wolfie, if you haven't seen, I think the last thing I'll do is show off my roller coaster one more time. And then I'm going to switch over to DBD, play some DBD. Maybe I'll solo queue for a little bit. Or get tired. Roller coaster time! Oh, we'll actually start... Okay, so... We're not done with this side of the roller coaster. Alright? We're not done with this side. But you see the tracks right there. Eventually, this is gonna wrap around maybe and go down to the tracks down there. Look at Dragonite, Blastoise, and Squirtle all chilling. That's so cool. Okay, so just imagine we've come up this way. Now we're gonna ride it. I'll ride a little. I'm not even gonna touch the acceleration because there's a lot of dips that will. The physics momentum will take us. Like, isn't this so cool? I don't think Pidgeotto has a home anymore, so I think I have to go figure that out. Let's go do that. Where are the evolutions? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't gotten any of them, and it's because they're not in any of the main worlds. So now that the game's over, I can go to that world and start building it out. Hold up. Wasn't my home around here? It's so weird. I'm not gonna lie, Pidgeotto. I did rip your home apart by taking down that tree, didn't I? Oh, right here. I'll put you down here. Wanna move in here? Sure is, pal. Look, I got another habitat. Wolfie left the chat. I'm sorry. Well, the T was demoed that new. Not the mole. What the? Fox is like, what outrageous story can I tell? Fox is on another one today. Okay, we helped Pidgeotto. So yeah, this is our roller coaster. Let's get back on our carts. And then the train sort of like picks up and drops me off right in front of my house. And then eventually, I think we're gonna wrap this around. I think I'm gonna have this come up this way, behind this house, and wrap it around the house, like behind it. This way up here, and then go up to that mountainside. Little mountainside, train tracks. Oh, look at him! Yeah, punch that bag, punch it, punch it. We also got Lucario over here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is what we're gonna be working on. I'm excited to show this off to you guys. We'll end this here and then go to DBD for a little bit. I want to try out the new punch that bag. Imagine. I'm at the birthmark in the vein. Oh my god, fuck. So vulgar. I'm a lady. This is the holy place. We're saving? We're saving? We're saving? We're saving? Okay, the story really did touch me. I'm so happy that we got through it. Let's BRB. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. I'm gonna put on words on stream, and then we're gonna switch over to DVD. Does that sound good to everybody? 5 minutes. I can go bathroom break, get my water that I seem to forget here. And then we'll do some words on stream during that time. I will see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're back. Good thing we lost that one. For what? For DBD, Bob. He wants you to play DBD with me. Hello. So do I. First come, first serve. Two spots open right now for DBD. Turn this damn thing. Um, let us make sure that everything's loaded in. Switch my camera over. Aim as well. All right, we're loading in to DBD. Oh, it squirted on me. Oh, my thing did. Wait. My thing definitely updated because I have blood moon. Let's check. Oh my god, I can't do shit. No, I have the latest version. All right. Yeah, I have the most updated game. Let's see. The Arella hat. Yes, I'm so excited. And the Gabe shirt. No happy trail, but you know, we got a belly button. I'm not sure if Mark's game is updated. I might load into a match first though. And of course we're playing as Gabe and Arella since the blood points are so high. Fox, Wolfie, if you have the time and want to play. Ali, if you want to play. The lobby is open. Yeah, and we can loop killers together and live, laugh, love the loops. You know what I mean? Wolfie, I'm so happy you're here. Also, Wolfie, my sub badges just got in. They're new, like a month old. Hope you enjoy them. If you have a sub badge, I'm not really sure. I haven't checked. Oh no, no sub badge, but still, they're DBD and Pokemon themed. So, also, I didn't realize you played Marvel Rivals. Everyone plays that game. Hmm. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out why you're joining the game. I don't know. We'll see if it works after this match. Oh, it's a Legion. Oh, it's a bucket. Where are the gas tanks? Like, where can I go fill this up? Here. Oh, hell no. I tried. Yeah, go back that way. There has to be something else over here to fill. Because why are they cluttered together? Like, there's one over there. You were? Yeah, I don't know why it won't let us play together. Oh, they're closed off now. Of course they are. Oh my gosh, Sable, please. Sable. Slowly bring this upstairs. Oh, I forgot I have, Blast Mine on. Okay. He just did not see me. He's looking for Sable. Here he comes. He doesn't want me. Oh, so close. I almost got him too. We haven't done a single gen, by the way. Anyone? Oh no, Legion's already back on me, by the way. Dives! Oh my god! Gifting 20 subs! Holy shit! Guys, that's crazy. Thank you for all the gifted. How are you? Who else? Who did you get on this? Oh, you got. Oh my god, Mark, you got a sub. That's awesome. Who else got one? Aristotle. Wolfie got a sub. Wolfie got your sub badge. You got a sub badge. Fuck Tito. Nikki got one. Skya, Jimmy. Hey, Bish. How are you? How are you feeling today? Oh, not letting me go to second hook. I lost my life already. I'm having a lovely day. Well, they let me get onto Death Hook. I love that for myself. I'm glad you're having a lovely day. I did not. I'm just not having the best time mentally at the moment. Not like right now, but in life in general. So streaming has been really helpful, and like I'm glad you're here to hang out. All these sub notifications. Ria, thank you for checking in, friend. I will kick that day's ass. No, it's not one day, friend. It's been a few weeks of just a lot of anxiety, a lot of uncertainty. I'm just trying to take control of myself, of my life. So, oh yeah, I'm sure you feel that too. Oh, I appreciate it, friend. Love you too. Is that what we're doing? What are we doing? Are you coming to play? Are you coming to play, Ria? Clarifying moment today? Oh, if you want to share, go ahead. I mean, or is your styles? Ria, come play, please. 15-day check-in. I want to know what your stream streak is. Two seconds. Oh my god. Yes, 2 months. Keep that badge going. On month 5, you'll be silver. I wonder if anyone is silver so far. Thank you for the reset, friend. I can play for 1, maybe 2 games. Ooh. I looked back at my old pics and I was outside, like I'm dealing with crap now, but I'm gonna be outside. Period. That's something to look forward to. Oh my god, please, Ria, we need to get some games. Oh, there's Mark. Oh, it's letting me join your party this time, so I think it's gonna. Ria, get in here. Got room? Yes, we'll have 1. We'll have room for 1. Game version mismatch. There must be a there must be a cross platform thing again for Switch players. Crossplay on. No, Auto decline off. I can't even switch it, but it says on. It looks like it's on. Oop. I don't know. Should I try inviting someone else? Hold on. Vox, is this you? Vox, where are you? Oh, this is you. Here, let's see if it does it let you join my thing? Sandbag Rhea, thanks. Okay, it has to be a Switch issue again. Because everyone else is able to get into my match. I'm so sad. Oh, it is. Wait, is that you, Rhea? X just a girl I live. And I keep seeing stuff about negative attitude never gets a positive. I was down on myself hard. I bawled today, and I shit you not, the song "Big Girls Don't Cry." That is so funny, but that's so real. Ronnie, Rhea, Chuchi. Okay, Rhea's here. I'm gonna try to invite Mark again. I think it must be Switch. Yeah, I think Switch players can't cross-platform. Train, let's go! Hype train at 5. I didn't even know we were in a hype train. I was cackling and crying like bruh, but I was outside. I live. We have one more spot. We're gonna keep trying to invite Mark until it happens. It must be a Switch thing. I don't know. I'm gonna ready up. Taking Blast Mine off. I was being silly. This perk has limited compatibility with this game mode. Interesting. Oh, because there's no skill checks on the blood ones. What do I want to put on? Should I put on a healing perk? Oh, all the skill check ones, because the other things don't get skill checks. Interesting. Interesting. Wiglif, not Wiglif being gone. Help. Should I just do Unbreakable? I think I will do Unbreakable, Loki. I'm glad you got to reminisce, Dives. You can bring the toolkit, but the add-ons won't go in with you. Oh. Ooh, interesting. Guys, I'm glad you had that revelation. And it's important to do that stuff, like reflect on who you are, what you want, and where you're meant to be and who you're meant to be. I really have no idea why it won't let me. Sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was an event. Yes, the Blood Moon event's back. My neighbor was like, "Estás bien, mija?" Your neighbor's like, "This crazy bitch is crying and laughing outside." She was asking if you were okay in the head. Dude, yes, she was concerned. Yeah, she was like, "Should I call a wellness check on you?" What are the quests that I have to complete? I already have 75? So close. I'm glad that like the fits are not linked together, so we can play with the styling. That's important. Literally, it is. I bought her son a bike, so now So she now my Spanish. Oh, it was your Spanish mom, but major language barrier. It's cute though. I love that. Oh, that's sweet that you got her son a bike. That's so sweet. I love your neighborhood. I'm glad that your move went well at least, and like I think you transitioned well, and maybe the world. Oh, guys, it's a pig. Nasty Amanda. Oh, Ryan showed me this the other day. Look! It's our good luck charm. It's official. Look at this little guy. So cute. Oh, look, a real gen. Yeah, that you transitioned well enough to like. I'm glad that the universe was like, okay, well, this is where this is gonna happen to you. Because this is the best place for you to be at the moment. Wait, you're on DBD? I am. This bitch. No! That was like a chase, I'm not gonna lie. I kinda ate that up. Oh! Was that me or her? Look at her ping! Amanda, let's talk about it. Are you okay? I want to be chased like that. Girl, I thought you had a man. I was about to say this. Oh, yes, I'm on DVD now. We just started playing. This is literally our second game. We have open lobbies on. We have open lobbies on. We have open lobbies, so we have one spot open right now, I think. I'm gonna try to invite Mark one more time, and then we'll have a spot open, and then we'll do rotations. Let me fill my blood can. He only a little bossy, it's new. I hope you're enjoying yourself with them. Okay, that's a gen. I'm gonna walk. If you guys want to play, lobbies are open. If we fill this squad up, we'll restart. But Rhea said she can only play like 1 or 2 games, so we'll just add somebody to our squad. Okay. Ryan, I found the little raccoon thing, the demon raccoon. I found it in this match. Ronnie, thank you for the Tanuki. Yeah, we found him. Thank you for the whiff, Ronnie. Oh wait, why didn't it work? Hello, guys. Oh no, it did work. I thought the whiff didn't work. Got you. You're Tanuki. Oh, okay, that's his name. I was gonna say Tanuki, but I wasn't sure if I heard you right the other night, and I didn't want to say his name wrong. But he exploded in front of me. Not DVD at all. Dives, I feel like you would really enjoy this game just because it doesn't require you to do anything but run. This gen is almost finished over here. Over here, over here. Over here, over here. Rhea. Oh, I guess that one's done first. Here we go. I'll get this door. Sorry, I'm teaching someone how to play that Bleach fighting game. Ooh. Is it a fun game? I have it, but it kept crashing for the tutorial, so I got mad. I played on stream too. No, the tutorial takes too long. It's so silly goofy. But also my man Gabe, he's getting a crop top. Or he got a crop top, and I'm excited to unlock it. Are we good, guys? Are you guys over there? Go ahead, guys. Get out. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I hope you guys are okay. Back to Lurky Poo dinner time. Enjoy your dinner, friend. Enjoy the lasagna. The lasagna. Like the anime Bleach? Yeah, I think Ryan's played a game for the anime. Nercodius, by the way. YouTube. Let's see if they're live. Sometimes they just have YT in their name because they think it's cool. They don't realize it means YouTube. Same thing with TTV. I noticed. Nope. Not a real person. Tutorial should have a skip option. I completely agree. But then you complain like, oh, I don't know how to play, but a tutorial literally teaches. All right, we're gonna invite Mark one more time, and then we'll run this back. Oh no, he's in a match. I don't think it's gonna work. I think Switch players are gonna have a hard time loading in with loading in cross-platform. Pokopia being all delicate. I just finished the Pokopia story today. And I'm not gonna lie, if you go back in the VOD, which I'll publish now, I legit was sad. Like it literally made my heart so happy. Let me publish it now. So that you can go back. I will so watch. I was literally like, I cannot believe this is the end. Have you finished the game yet? No, I'm close. Yeah, literally, we ended today, at least the story part. And now we're in like post game, trying to complete everything and like build out our worlds. How it goes, I watched it so long. I think the game is incredible. When my doctor frees me, I'm going to bully children in Fortnite. You're like, I'm excited to pew pew again. Okay, once I get the okay from my doctor. View quests. Damn. Oh. Fill 5 cans. Fuel 3 blood generators. I need 2 more. Complete trials. So I have to play as killer too. Chase for 500 seconds or be chased. Oh, heal. Yeah, I still have to play as killer. Change my PS5 password. Why? That's weird. TTV Perezon. Guys, what are the odds they're live? Not live. But they're real. They even have a little Sprite. Oh. On update day, I'm dead. Obviously, I could change it back, but I think he's so worried about me, so I'm not gonna be mad. Because I was gonna play Fortnite. Why, Fran? You're not allowed to play Fortnite. No more Fortnite for dice. It's bad for you. I know, but like self-control, I would have gone. I'm dead. I am dead, Fran. And he knows that April 6th, I'll know a timeline. But we're seeing shit. Oh my god. Excuse me, that is so crazy. That is so scary. Backwater swamp. The trickster, right? Mindbreaker. Backwooder. Yes, Tito with the gifted. Like, you got a gifted sub. Look at your cute little sub badge. Oh no, Rhea, run. Rhea, run. You're a cute little sub badge. Am I a pretty girl? Oh no, Vox, run. That's one gen. Let's go put blood in another generator. I think over here there's one. But if you run, the blood leaves the can. Tito, how have you been, bro? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We are running open lobbies if you're home and you're free. Dives is the real one. I know. Dives is the real one. Is there another gas station here? Gas pump? Tired. Doing academy these next couple weeks. Oh my god, academy for what? What are you training for? Oh my god, Rhea, I'm coming. Oh, maybe I'm not coming over here. Oh, that's not. Got a blast. He reloaded. I'm gonna go for hook. Can you get off the hook, please? Go, go, go. I can heal you down here, Rhea. So much hair, like how you you groomed your dog grooming. Oh, okay, okay, cool. I wasn't sure if tell Rhea said hi. Rhea, Kevin says hi. I didn't realize there was an academy for dog grooming. Oh, you're not gonna let me do what I gotta do. I just wasted shot palette because I'm bad at the game. Oh, good try, Justin. A loaf of bread, but had authenticity. Corgis with their little legs. Yes. My friend has a corgi named Milo, and she got him when we were in college. And he stayed in her dorm for like 2 weeks or something like that before her parents came to pick him up. My brother in Christ, she can't go out like that. I'm dead. I'm like, baby, you need to line up tomorrow. Why is he back over here? Why are you back over here, you freak? Yeah, go that way. Go that way. He's looking at... Look at him, just watching Hook. He just went for you guys. No. Rhea, no. Poor baby. They're so cute when they look like tater tots, though. Corgis are very cute. Can vouch. I'm gonna go fill this up. Okay. Right in front of his salad. Oh my god, never. Dude! How do you I don't know how to face him. Godmom has a chihuahua. We gotta send them to you. Chihuahuas are feisty. Sweetest chihuahua I ever met. I'm dead. Zigzag and play around walls. I guess that's fair. I think I just got scared, and that makes me freak out. Fox, let me heal you. He's coming right back over here, bro. I'm sorry, Vox. Oh my god. Why? I hate controller! Guys, I need to just make custom binds, right? I should groom dogs between jobs. Oh my god, you totally should. I'm sure you can make some money. Tito had the same thought. Exactly. Oh my god, not this again. Oh, never. What? Why do you still have more arrows? How many arrows does he have? He doesn't. No, I was so close to getting up. I have Unbreakable. I was so close to getting up. GG's. Dogs are cool as fuck. We love dogs. I would love to have a dog. Me over here like, anyways, shut up. I know, me dead. And you're like, my dog. You're like, my dog, blah, 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 blah. Dog bus videos. Oh, those are fun. I also like the, I watch a lot of cat videos, like feral cats getting, like, treated and stuff and fed. The blood, literally, the generator I was working on is, like, 95, but he just hit it again. Get a yap? No, I appreciate the yap. I appreciate the app because this is what this is for. Otherwise, we won't talk. You know what I mean? Have you seen the cat that bullies everyone? No, but I feel like that's very common. I die. Yeah, this one's the one that was literally almost finished. I think you guys will finish it with your hands. What dog bus videos? I've seen like some different like grooming trucks and grooming, yeah, like doggy daycare. I've seen some of those. There's a few of them I've seen online. They're so hyped. They're just happy to be there. They're happy to have a little thing, a little treatment. Vox, you goat. Vox, you're incredible. Yeah, you're so close. You're so close. Hide, hide, hide. You're good. You're good. They're going to door. No. Hit the door. Hit the door. Hit the door, Vox. Hit the door. Door's open, guys. Door's open. Door's open. Door's open. Rhea, get out of there. Take a hit for Rhea. Rhea, go back to the door. Good. Oh my god, Vox. Homeboy's waiting for you to get over there so you can take a hit. Me actually paying attention now? Rhea, Rhea, go, go, go. Nice, Rhea. No! Rhea, no! Rhea! Run! Life! Oh my god, W life! W life! Oh my god, Rhea! Rhea! Go! 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 Oh no! No! Not right at the door! Rhea, the door! Rhea! Rhea. Reinforced him, I hate him. You did it for the content. Live, laugh, love the content. Alright, we're gonna try with Mark again. See if he'll join this time. Rhea, I'm so sorry. Don't worry. You joined me in Sky Hatch. We joined each other up there in the sky. I don't think Switch players can play. Alright. Come on, I need 25 more to get the Gabe. Rhea, thank you for playing. Anybody else want to join up for open lobbies? The lobbies are open. How dare you let Rhea die? I was already dead! Cookie! What do you mean? I was already dead! Did a hole need to be filled? We have 2 holes. Any hole is goal. We have two spots. Box can stay unless a third person wants to join. I think Mark's not gonna be able to play with us today. Not working. We have 2 spots open. Booting now. Woohoo! Have good games. I'll be back later if you're still on. Yeah, we're gonna be playing this for a while. I'm enjoying my time, so we're gonna have a little longer stream today. I know we're already at the 3-hour mark, but I'm ready to play until there's no more games to play. You know what I mean? Cookie, how are you? Missed you, friend. Look at your sub badge. Look at all these sub badges in the chat. Oh, it makes me so happy. Live, laugh, love stream. No, literally. Look at everyone's sub badges. This makes me so happy. No, thank you, Ria. Thanks for joining us. W sub badges. Tired as fuck, but it's Friday tomorrow. Period. Breed me Myers. What's that? What's this? Who's this? I wonder who this is. Games have been fun. What did you just say here? I am merely reading what's in front of me. I am merely reading what's in front of me. Breed me Myers. Cookie, if you want to join. IDK, but an iconic name that totally hasn't been stolen. It looks familiar. It looks like I've seen that name before. Okay, just wanted to make sure I wasn't sneezing again. Too dark. If anybody on my way for a few games, yes, we'll rotate games after 2, in case other people join. But we'll probably just keep the squad unless other people want to come in. We're following like Kevin's open lobby rules. We'll just do 2 rounds, 2 games, rotate people out. I'm glad it's Friday tomorrow for you, Cookie. And do you have anything fun? And what does everybody have planned for the weekend? I asked this question earlier. Do you have a lobbies command? No, but in order to get my user, it's just !DBD. Maybe I can just spin this. Open lobbies. 2 matches. 2 matches. Per lobby. And I'll pin that. Easy. You're going outside? I hope it's nice out. It's like the weather here is insane. With my little pimp cane. Sick. Does anybody else want to join? We have 1 spot. I'm gonna ready up though. With my little pimp cane, maybe going to botanical gardens. Ooh, it's leopard print too. It truly is a pimp cane, huh? I'm sick. Sick and twisted dives. I just get the urge to smack people with it. Saturday is quick D&D sesh. Then family late lunch dinner. Ooh. Then Sunday I'm manning up and going with my family to church for Palm Sunday. Oh, okay. Manning up. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes you have to do what you gotta do for your family. Church isn't so bad. I hope it's a good church. There are some good churches. I've been to some good churches. And I've been to all kinds of church. Low key. Somebody wants to join my game is acting weird again. No, Cookie. Cookie, can you not come in? What's wrong? I've been to some bad churches. Luckily, I have not had that experience, but I can't imagine that. D&D, I'm not imaginative enough, I fear. Okay, I am actually going to be doing my second part of the campaign that I was doing with our friend King Tony, and he DM'd for us. So we're actually doing part 2 of that this weekend, which is gonna be fun, I think. I do have to check that chat to see what time everyone's like available, so I can just join in. Even if you don't think you are, I promise you are. Yeah, Dives, you just need to find somebody who's like a creative leader who's gonna build the story with you. Sometimes it's hard if the DM isn't good at building the story, and you kind of just have to like. I didn't care what's happening. It says I need a sub online for online, but I'm pretty sure I had one. What do you mean? Or do you play on Xbox? Oh, you probably need Xbox Live, but if you have Xbox Live, it shouldn't be a problem. I know there were some cross-compatibility, cross-platform issues. Like Mark plays on Switch and he couldn't join the lobby. It wasn't letting you join my lobby at all. I want to watch a game, but I'm actually so shy in real life. It's insane. If you looked on Twitch, tons of people, I'm sure tons of people stream some D&D and you can just watch. I heard that. I had that issue too, Cookie. They need to join your lobby. Okay, next match, we're going to join Cookie's lobby then. Does not match my internet one. I'm confused by that sentence, Dives, because to me, online and internet are like the same. The heck, Xbox? I know, Xbox, we pay all this money to have a console for it not to work. For DBD not to work. I meant to say in real life. I was like, online presence, internet presence feels very much the same. Ooh, new map! I have very limited experience on this map. There's Vox. Hi, Vox. Guys, who do we think the killer is? Hey, Nancy. Oh, it's an Oni. Oh, he saw me. You mean the pole wasn't covering me? Hubris, bro. Ugh. ¡Ay, perra! ¡Perra, qué perra! ¡Perra, qué perra! ¡Perra, qué perra! Fuck you, Oni. I know there's a cooldown. I need to change it, friend. Hey, bestie. I need to head home now. Love you. Good luck with stream. Kevin, please come and play with me when you're home if you can. I would love that. Please drive safe. Thanks for hanging out. Slur is insane. We love Kevin the Slur in this household. Kevin's a bestie. We love Cookie. Cookie, we miss you so much. I feel so honored that your presence is here. We used to have so much of you. Hit them all! Kids 1 point, old ladies 2 points. Nancy. Box, I'm coming. He's just a guy. Hit him with your car. Oh, I'm sorry, Vox. Vox, I never said I was a doctor, okay? I don't know what I'm doing. Where's that? This gen is half done. Where's this generator? Guys, I'm lost. I don't even know where the generator is that I was working on. Oh, I hear it. I don't think this is it. What is it? Oh my god, he's gonna know. He's gonna know. He's gonna know. I hear his big ass. Oh, wow, he didn't know where the gen was? Interesting. I never said I was a doctor. I didn't. Costco lasagna is goated. I forgot. I don't know if you forgot. I think you just extra remembered, you know? Because you were in here singing its praises when you were eating it. I'm glad you enjoyed your lasagna, though. We are going to get some food in us before the night is over. Maybe a grilled cheese. Ooh, a grilled cheese? I'm making a grilled cheese, guys. I'm making grilled cheese for dinner, guys. That's what I'm gonna eat. A grilled cheese. Oh! Oh! Yuck! Rats! Ryan, is everything okay over there? Ryan! Oh my god, Vox, did you just save? Vox, you're incredible. I'm gonna go get Nancy. Come and get me, come and get me. Oh, he doesn't want me. He doesn't want to chase me. I'm not hot sexy enough for him. Me locking in. Ryan, we got you, we got you. We only have one gen left, guys. Easy, easy. Easy match. Now, where that gen is, that's a great question. I have no idea where anything is on this map, so... There's a gas tank in here. Is this one finished? It is, okay. Why am I watching the game and not admiring you? Why am I watching the game and not admiring you? Oh my god. That's how one of the Pokemon sounds. I hear his big ass. Bitch. Oh, fuck. He doesn't want me to have it. Come and get it. You will never get this. You will never get this. La 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 la. I hate you, bitch. Nancy. Oh, puta. It's okay. It's my first hook. I am the confusion. It says I have not Game Pass sub since 2025. How the hell have I been playing online this whole time? That's so weird. I'm not gonna lie, he took me really far and I was not paying attention. That's so weird, Cookie. He's gonna camp. Huh. Box. Ryan, I would get to a door. Open a door if you can. He's on his rage. Oh, Nancy's on door. Go to the door. Go to the door, homie. Go to the door. You will never get this. You will never get this. He's wasting it. Is this a timer, or does he have this infinitely? Infinitely. Wow, he is being aggro. I gotta pay again, but not happy about this because they never canceled your sub game pass, and it never expired. He is paranoid. They got me! Run, Ryan, run! I'm going! I'm leaving! Ryan, please! Good job. Okay, everyone out! Everyone out! Everyone out! GG's, guys! That was fun! Aw, poor little Oni. Thank you, Oni. Thanks for letting us get on the train. No, it never did, so I have no idea. That's so weird. If it didn't expire, why is it making you pay again? Did you change accounts? Like, there must be a reason. You could probably appeal it if you send an email to Xbox, but who knows how long that'll take, you know? GG's. We'll try to get you in here now, Cookie. I'm sorry you have to pay again. Or did you pay again? I would hate if you paid again. Let's see. I don't even see you here. Unless you are here, I don't know. There are a few people on here I don't know. Dude, as someone who worked for PlayStation, they suck with shit like that. Oh, yeah. PlayStation is super restrictive, actually, with their like account customization. Guys, I have a phone call tomorrow about a job, full-time job. I'm excited. Right now, I'm working part-time and working on this, and I'm in between jobs at the moment, so just kind of getting it with my head. But we are making buys. Is it my sugar daddy? Oh, yeah. Sadly, but it's justified. I know, you have to be a Karen to get your shit. Is it your sugar daddy? Who's your sugar daddy? Fox? Who is it? Be honest. I'll say, oh, it's my. Is your job my sugar daddy? I wish. I wish I had that kind of. I wish I had sugar daddy money. I got just enough for myself. Thank you very much. I go back me first. Wait, that's not bad. Taking the unemployment medical leave, and until we officially get laid off, I'm essential. Oh, okay. You go back to me first. I mean, you got a month off, pretty much. Another month. I'm too mean. There's Cookie! Guys, can we buy the sexy Gabe outfit? Yes, we can! Guys, this is the closest we're getting to a nipple. Hold your breath. Raindrop! Crop top! I've arrived! Yes. He looks a hot mess. This is not how I want him to be seen in the world, but alas. Oh. Yeah, the long-awaited crop top. Emphasis on the hot. I know, he's so hot sexy. Oh, that. Men in crop tops. Unique, I know, but you know, I'm going for a vibe. I'm going for the big reveal. 3 months off, 100% paid. Oh, yeah, I'm not complaining. Hell yeah, dives. But Ryan, can we talk about the crop top? How do we feel about this crop top? You know, that's T. You know, sometimes you don't. Sometimes, like, what if? Here's the story. He woke up in a rush because he has to escape the killer. So he was already wearing his little tidy whities, his like little underwear. So he just threw on the closest thing to him, which was these rags. Or no, it was a full sweater, and then he got caught on something, and it tugged at the threads, and that's what happened to it. This is the story I'm coming up with. It, man. He has more. He has more. The words I want to say will put me on a watch list. Wait, say it. Say it. Say it. Out loud. Asking my cat to vacate my laptop. She's ignoring. She said, "This is my laptop." Vampire. Wow, these lobbies are taking a minute, huh? You would think that with a full lobby, we'd get into matches fast. Literally, as I'm saying it, we get into a match. We just needed to complain. This game is so rage baity because it'll keep you waiting for a match for like 100 years, and the minute you say, "Oh God, we're waiting for a match for so long," it literally switches. Ryan, how are you feeling today? I hope work wasn't too hard today. Did you even go to work, or did you take a day off? Honestly, I know you went to work because I got a TikTok at like the crack ass of dawn. Please, you think we know that by now with the skill checks appearing at a rude moment? Yeah, literally. Rage baity as hell. The blood squirts. I'm also trying to move by the end of the year, so that's kind of a goal of mine is to move. There's still a lot I want to get done this year, and I am seeing how hard it will be to get there, but I'm excited to finally be able to. Ew, fucking butt face. He doesn't want me. He doesn't think I'm hot sexy. What's up, Hack? Hack, do you want to play? Oh. Oh man. Shiver me timbers. Playing. Been playing Hillbilly all day. Thank you though. Okay. That's fair. Fair, fine. How are you? Welcome in. Make sure you get your Okay, also, why was your message modded for the word hillbilly? Can we talk about this? Sip water skill check. Yeah, your grandma fell skill check. Timbers have been shimbered. Yes, get your check-in dives. Oh my god, this whole time. No check-in? We have a counter for it and everything. I don't know if this is against COS. A little too revealing. I just want to get the hell out of there. Oh, it's a fucking blood one. Oh, I can repair it though. Cookie, come here. Cookie, where'd you go? Cookie! Come back! Cookie, come back. Automon's grandpappy with a hillbilly. Literally. It's sensitive. Yeah, fucking grandpappy. Hack, get your chicken today. Here. Use my med kit. Oh, or not. Maybe I'm sitting on it. I forgot these gens were different. You're like, what the fuck is this basket? What is this bucket? There you go, Hack. Give me your chicken. Yeah, I'll grab that back. I'm gonna go get Ryan. SD, I'm coming. Did he TP? Ryan, I'm coming. Damn. This is interesting. Interesting angle. Interesting positioning of our bodies. Alright. Let's go grab this. Then go this way. I'm just gonna spill blood. Spilling blood. Give a twirl, give a twirl. Bye, buddy. Oh, it's already done. So I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot sandwich. Oh no, Vox. That's a gas tank. Over here. I hate this guy. I can't take him back to the hook. Oh. Why is he undetectable? Why is he undetectable? Where's his stain? That ugly fucker. Ew! That! Ah, I'm so bad at this. You did it! I tried. Why was he undetectable? Do you think it's... Is it Tinkerer? Is he a Tinkerer? The gens aren't done back here, though. You think he got the Tinkerer from the gen that's upstairs? When he's over there? Right, because my heart wasn't showing, was it? I could just see him? Did you slap my ass? Run. I'm leaving. I'm not gonna be kept there. I'm going to box. Oh, he TP'd this way as well. Well, thanks. I'm gonna go back over there. To the generator. Oh. Fox, I got you. No, Fox! Oh, yeah, you should have. Come back, come back. I was making sure Ryan saw us. Aquí viene, aquí viene. El feo. I'm going for Cookie. Cookie, I got you. No, Cookie! He knocked your can over. How dare he? Guys, why do we have only 4 gens done? Ay, que puta! That's fine, that's fine, it's fine! Come on, TP, TP, you know you want to. Aquí viene, míralo. Oh, GG, I guess. I guess. Big fat GG's. He knocked my can over. LGLing. He hit me! Did he swing on me or did he TP? No, he TP'd. Oh my god, I thought he swung at me. Thought I heard a swing. I was like, I thought we were better than this. Sky Hatch, easy win. Yeah, totally easy. Alright, you guys totally get out. Oh, Cookie died. Cookie, join me in the Sky Hatch! Quick! Este vio. He knows. He knew you were there. Nice whiff. No, bad unknown. Bad unknown, bad. You will never get this. You will never get this. Nice. Why is he trying to spit at you? Why is he trying to do his... Like, what's the point of it? Cookie crisps. DK, I kind of hated how the blood tanks were side by side. Yeah, me too. Oh, he's slugging. He's slugging. Yeah, don't slug, you freak. Why is he being nasty? Ew. Ew. He's being nasty to Vox. Why is he behaving this way? Like, who hurt him? Report that bitch. Reporting won't do shit. DBD lets it happen. DBD likes it when it happens. Behavior don't give a damn. Come on, Ryan, you'll find it. G motherfucking G's. It's okay. I'll get his IP address. It's okay. He was just better than everybody, apparently. He had us at 4 gens forever. Was that game number 2? I don't remember. We'll play another one for good measure. I think it was game number 2. Vox, was that your last one? If anybody else wants to join, if anybody is in lobby and wants to join, we will rotate people out. Thank you for games. No, thank you for being here. Thanks for wanting to hang out with me, Vox. You're rotating out? Okay, bet. Anybody wants to take Vox's spot? We'll probably do it like that then. We'll just have people rotate in and out. I'm sorry you had to do that. Manifesting their console blows up. No, literally. I am manifesting that they have diarrhea for the rest of the week. And that's the next 3 days. 72 hours. Okay? 72 hours of diarrhea on that unknown, please. If you hear me, universe. Ugly things need diarrhea, like the unknown. And they get paper cuts and touch lemons. Yes, precisely. Or use hand sanitizer and forget. Step on a Lego. Get a splinter. Something like that. Here, I'm going to try to do it again. I'll try one more time. Why not? I know Bandit's streaming and Momo's streaming. I think CJ's playing with Momo. Momo had a few people on. Oh, is Momo not streaming anymore? Momo's done streaming. What? When? When did Momo end? I had Momo up in the background. I hope your pillow is warm. Oh. Was it locked because I was readied up? No, I wasn't even readied up. What happened? Let's see again. I wasn't even readied up. Alright, I'm just gonna ready up. Ooh, login reward. Time to unlock more shit. I have to do the quests to unlock her, but I can buy all this other stuff. Ooh, ew. Ugh. That's cute. I have botted up on the side, and him playing with not fam friendly people sends me and trios. I'm dead. That's so funny. Get us in a match. Actually, I'm gonna change the pants because the pants are not doing it for me. That's cute. Yeah, I don't really like this fit. Dress pants? Ooh, this is cute. With the boots. Crop tops are enjoyable. Yes, yes, yes. Gosh darn it. Teammates are like, what the blah, blah. That's so funny. That's so funny. Let me get into a game, Mr. Behavior, please. Please, Mr. Behavior. Can I get into a match? Me and my friends just want to play. You know? Wait, Kate, this is such a cute little side I miss y'all. Sudden sentimental moment. I was Ed was in here earlier, and I was like, yeah, it's so weird that good time West. Everyone's shirtless. Wow, even Adam has a shirtless, like a half open skin. Let's be so serious. And Gabe doesn't have one. We got what we got, I guess. I mean, he doesn't look bad, but I think he could have been better. I think we could have gotten something way better. Oh, dude's live. I'll go in after. Jay Little, play me in chess real quick. Jay Little, you know a chess match is like not short at all. Where have you been, bro? Welcome back from hiding. How have you been? How you doing, dude? How you doing? How's Fortnite? It can be fast. I've been chilling playing Fortnite. Ness doesn't ever want to play anymore. I know Ness is too busy studying for her test. Oh, it's artists. Oh. Damn, she got all three of her fucking birds just lined up. Ness is getting ready to start working again, I think. I have to text her tomorrow. I hate this bitch. I just don't know. Why don't you ever play Fortnite with me? I'm never on Fortnite anymore. That's probably why. Lightborn. Guys. You know what? My fault for wearing the nice red shirt. She just never worked. Is she just gonna come back over here? Really does. I'm gonna go dump this real quick, so I don't run with it anymore. Hey, hold on, let me dump this. Let me dump this. Is there one down here? Yes, there is. I knew it. Okay, I'm ready. I think you're right. Read me Myers still gets me. And it's a boon. It's not even a hex, it's a boon. It's like, please. She's gonna work for a week and be bored. I'm pretty sure she's bored not working as well. Jay Little, how have you been, bro? What have you been up to? Like, how's life? It's been too long since we've hung out. Life has really brought some crazy things in the last month. Some good, some bad. Mostly bad. We should smoke and play VR soon. Dude, I mean, just let me know. I'm actually really interested in getting back into a little bit of Fortnite. I'm not sure if I'll play it on stream at all, but I'm definitely down, like, off stream. You just have to hit me up. Like, I don't know if you have me added on Discord. I got you, Cookie. No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's been busy, worked on a microwave anti-air defense. That's so random. No idea what I was doing. Why? What were you doing? What did you do? I will let you know when my Fortnite return is. I'm a suck though. Yeah, I really do want to start getting into Fortnite. Cookie, how? Como? Pick him up. Okay. Cookie, crawl, crawl, crawl. She's taking him to basement. Oh, she took him outside. What the fuck? She's just better. Why is she so fast? Like, I'm dead already. I'm dead already, guys. Like, what? How are we on 5 gens? How are we on 5 gens? Guys, she's tearing us apart. Run, Ryan, run! Finally, we got a gen done. So proud of us. Ryan. No. Guys, I'm gonna go to the gen. I'm not even gonna heal. Dog. How did she know we were over there? Is it because it was where I was hooked, huh? She definitely heard me. I'm gonna go back to that gen. She's kind of a freak of nature. Better not play like this on Fortnite. Yo, get the hell out of here. You better not play like this on Fortnite. Oh my god, you're so annoying. Please. I don't know what I did to deserve this. Yeah, you freak. She gave me a headache, bro. I cannot. I'm so happy that's over. She was giving me a headache. The issue is we weren't going down without a fight. How's everything been for you, dude? Life has been a shit show, but we ball. That would have never happened with builds. Dude, I haven't even played builds. I couldn't even tell you. Nice. Oh! Oh my god. Nice, Ryan. Yeah, it's one of those. Oh, but it's done, right? Oh. Brother, me being unranked and Unreal builds reload with y'all, I'm sick. If Ness hasn't already spilled beans, I have a bunch of tea. Oh my god, no, because I haven't spoken to Ness in a while. You need to tell me everything. Like, hello. You need to be the reporter. I'm down to play tonight if you want to. After stream. Come on, Ryan, you got this. No! Well, that was rude. So nasty and so rude. We're probably gonna do another hour of games. End at 5 hours tonight. Top 3 sneeze, that was nice. Ew. Come on, Cookie, get Hatch. Don't get the hook. She's right on your right. I think she saw you. Nice. Go, Cookie. Go, run. Nice. Distance, distance. Nice, Cookie. No. Who put that fence there? We got 3 gens done. We got 3 gens done. If anybody else wants to join, we have one spot open. We have one spot open at the moment. She was such a headache. What a pain in the ass. She did not want us to get those gens at the front done. And then we were just stuck there. Any of you guys want to play with us? Anybody? Any of you? Any of you in here? Should I invite Momo? I think Momo will play. Rhea said she might come back. Wait, is Rhea on? I believe in you guys. Jay Little, you need to start playing Dead by Daylight. I think you would enjoy it. I'm trying to recruit people. What a headache. I'm not getting any unbreakable value because they're just picking. So I'm going to get something else. Guys, should I run slippery meat for the culture? Slippery meat for the culture. I'm so down for that. Hell yeah. Slippery meat for the culture, guys. Slippery meat. Slippery meat. I was like, do I hear my phone? Oops. W slippery meat. The slipperiest meat. All right. 2-minute queue. We love to see it. Hurry up and play. I don't know what to tell you. I don't control the lobby. The more we complain, though, the faster it gets here. You know what I mean? Oh. That scared the shit out of me. Slippery meat? I haven't heard that name in years. Get your slippery meat on, Brian. Put it on. Cookie, you too. Put on your meat. Everyone, meat on now. Everyone get their meat on. Take it, dust that shit off, put it on. Take it out of the closet. Yo, we're going with YOLO. Put that meat on. Everyone, medkits at the ready. Okay, 11 and her diaper. Like, why does 11 look like she's wearing a diaper? Let's be so serious. He heard me. I think he heard me. I think he heard me. Guys, I think he heard me. Medkits ready. Killers sweaty. Meat slip precisely. Ryan, you already know the vibes. Also, Jay Little, we have a new a channel redeem for checking in. So make sure you get your check-in, bro. Get that counter up. Get that counter up. Get that counter up. I'm gonna hit a blinker for every hit you receive. Not the blinker. The blinker every time I get smacked? That's crazy. That is crazy. Alright, it's a stealth killer, guys. I heard blinker. It's not, it's a Dracula. Guys, I haven't been listening to music this whole time and nobody told me? Let's get some music playing. I got you right now, Dives. Let me get this gen done. Actually, I'll just... You know what? Think this is gonna be my last game after this? Okay, friend. I'm just so happy you even played with me. It's been too long since we played. I'm just happy we're playing. You're like proof of life. Play slow motion. Slow motion, like by Trey Songz. These games are actually making me mad a little. Aw, I'm sorry, Cookie. No, it's okay. No, no pressure. No pressure. I want you to have a good time. He's right there. I want you to be having fun. Aquí viene. Aquí viene. Aquí viene. He is so slow. Oh, there he is. Guys, I think he's new here. Something's in my eye, guys. No, Cookie. Oh, hey. Mind if I pour some blood in here with you? Play it! I know I have to cue it. What is it called? Slow motion. By Juvenile. Oops. Go that way. What does he do? I'm so confused with this guy. Julian, what's up? Why is he just being weird? Say little. Games are fun. We've had some really sweaty games, but games are fun so far. Where are the teammates? I'm not gonna lie, that sound alert scared me. Come. Hey Cookie, let me heal you. No? Okay, let's do it. Julian, how are you? How have you been? We're doing open lobbies and we have an open spot if you want to join. I would love to get some games in with you. Ryan's in the lobby with us, so is Cookie. I think this is Cookie's last anyway, so we'll have two actually. We'll have 2 spots open after this game. Come and get me, come and get me. You will never get this. What? Oh, No! Leave Cookie alone! No! Why are they walking so slow? I'm so confused. You kicked me for... I didn't kick you, you left. You left on your own. I'm gonna come back. I called for open lobbies. I said, we have a spot. Let me boot up. Oh my god, yes, come play. I would love if you played with me. This guy's not very good. He's just being weird. Like, why is he walking so slow? He's gonna camp this gen? Does he think this is the only gen left? Oh, so he does know how to play. Why does he run so slow? I'm so confused. What are you doing? I guess he's better at the game than I thought. Just noticing your can tag, I love it. Yes! No, please. What are you doing? You're so confusing, sir. Guys, that generator is almost done. Where are you guys? That generator is almost finished. Oh, not the blood one. There was a regular generator over there. Well, thank God that's finished. Yes, Julian, wait, are you Puerto Rican? Yeah, I grew up in New York. My family is from Puerto Rico. My grandparents are. Should befriend him to double cross him later. We can't double cross the killer, he can double cross us. Abre la puerta. My kids are Puerto Rican, I am not though. Oh yes, we've talked about this. Not Rancor. Guys. No Way Out and Rancor. Well.
Puny worm.
GG's. Korean, German, Puerto Rican, African American. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. That's so funny. That wasn't supposed to happen. Not Puerto Rican. I have some Mexican in me. One of my best friends is Puerto Rican and from Brooklyn. She was always say New Yorker. Yes. I'm very proud to be New Yorker because I feel like it is the generation that's not from the island, you know? So I'll watch you. And that's so cool that your friend's from Brooklyn. Do you know where in Brooklyn she's from? I don't know why he walks so slow, you know? Nice. That low-key looked like it hit you. They were quite stinky. I'm sorry I couldn't play better. No, stop. Don't apologize, Cookie. I'm just happy you were here. The games weren't stinky in my opinion. I thought we had a lot of fun. This killer's being really strange. Rancor is crazy. The other door, I think. The other door, Ryan. No. GG. He's just gonna kill you. This guy doesn't know either. He doesn't even realize. Why was he moving slow? It might be his personal challenge. I think it was okay. This guy was confusing. Oh, yeah, he's killing him. It's okay. Bushwick. Oh my god, that's where I grew up. I grew up in Bushwick. That's so incredible. Maybe I know her. I know this song. I don't want to start nothing political, but a sour cream citizen said they were going to call frozen water on my kid. Ew. Why would he do that? You did fine, hun. The killers were just stinky. Yeah, the killers were just being stinky today. I think this guy had a hidden agenda. His name's Happy Birthday. I'm very skeptical. A week vacation. Oh, Julian, you're gonna join in? Her name is Camila? I don't know. Me being hopeful. Maybe I know her. Maybe the world is small. Let's get Julian in here. Anybody else want to play? Should I blind invite Momo? Even though he's not on? I like sour cream. Ew. They brought us in the office and told him to apologize? What the fuck? That is crazy. That is cray. Texted me later and said she loved us. I'm dead. That sucks. I'm sorry that happened. I'm dead. Types. You're so silly. Not Petunia. I had restraint, but I think about it a lot. Of course. That's so traumatic. Julian, how was your day? How are you feeling? I feel like I haven't really spoken to you since you were sick. And now I have a cane. Not a weapon. Not a beating stick. Guys, I'm about to fire all my mods. I need some mods. Who wants to be a mod, guys? Who wants a little sword? Nah, I'm not gonna fire my mods. But I haven't had mods in chat in like 3 months. I haven't had mods in my chat in like 3 months. Not at all. All my mods are busy, busy, busy beavers. They're like, Justin, can I have a day off? I'm like, okay. I can be a mod, but you don't want my ass here all the time. You're gonna be like, bruh, fuck off. Yeah, haha. I was sick for a while, but I'm doing better now. My day was good. Today is my Friday, so I'm excited to be off for the next few days. That's awesome. Okay, wait, that's awesome that today's your Friday. Um, and I'm glad you're doing better because I remember how sick you were. Um, but I feel like that was a few weeks ago. Um, I'm glad we're getting games in. My day was good. I'm helping my friend right now freelance. So I'm like a business consultant for her business. She owns a charcuterie company, and I'm handling her marketing and strategic planning, like business development. She's gonna be fun. And it's been a while. Oh my god, Dives, what the fuck? He didn't deny the allegations. I'm sorry, I'm talking to like 5 people at once. Not the foot allegations. Um, Also, I like the flannel. I have a very similar one. Oh my god, thank you. This is from. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to because it was before I started boycotting them. This is from Target. This is part of their Barbie collection that they had in the women's section, and it's kind of cropped. Yeah. I'm kind of wearing like black pants. Oh shit! It's like cropped-ish. It kind of sits above my butt. Has Bronco on the back. Okay, stunting on us. Target. El Target. Oh, multitask Carter. I don't care. Sad. What's on my controller? Guys, I need to get like a cleaner. If you can pass that through chat, I would greatly appreciate it. I have both. They had a blue one and with the Bronco, and then they had pink with Barbie. So I have the pink one as well. And I like this. I like this flannel. I mean, it's cute. It doesn't fit me at all. Like it's so short on me because it's cut for someone with smaller arms. But oh, great one for me, and one for Rosa. Oh yeah, Leon. Now what did that help? What did that help? Oh, aquí viene, aquí viene. Oh, like I'm not good at that anymore. I'm not good at the look backs. I haven't been able to like really hit one of those. You can 99 me. Oh, I don't think you heard me in time. Oh. Ryan's on a mission. Ryan is tired of losing. He's like, I put on my V skin. I'm getting out of this one. Okay? And I believe I'm right here with you. I'm about to lock in. Golly, I'm gonna go for Julian. Is she really still on you? Why is she on you? Oh. Killers love me. I mean, you know, I'm gonna re-rip before this ends. I mean, I haven't even gotten hit once. Have you been taking blinkers when I died? Is there a gen over here? Guys, I have slippery meat on. Remember, I can literally slip my meat, okay? Everyone, slippery meat for the win. Julian, we forgot to tell you to put your slippery meat on. Take your slippery meat out of the closet and put it on. Ryan's about to loot this hoe. I'm sorry. Guys, what am I doing? What am I doing? Just vote. Like, Julian, please. Not your first game. Why did she tunnel you? We're at 4 gens. Meat successfully slipped. No, no, no. We haven't even seen the slipperiness. She's TPing. Ya se fue. Coming, Julian. No, Julian, please! Come on. Let's go get this gen done. Oh, she hit this? When? Oh, dude is chopped. Oh, I hit the oppression check. I hit the oppression check. I hit the oppression check. I didn't hit that check. I'm really bad at the game. After Julian, otra vez. Otra vez. Julian, come back to the gen. Guys, I hit the oppression check and then couldn't hit a regular skill check. What's wrong with you? No! Why did my life proc? Oh. Guys, I'm really bad at the game, guys. I have slippery meat. I have slippery meat. I have slippery meat. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off. I'm praying. I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting the slippery meat. Animals get headaches and I'm not okay. What? And you're thinking about all the headaches you gave your animal? 1. Oh, wait. I forgot the butt cheek trick. 1 cheek. 2 cheek. Please. Alright. I tried. My meat wasn't slippery. Oh, I know what this is. Did you leave that there for me? Wait, Ryan, did you leave that there for me? Ryan, where are you? Ryan, get asked this to. Ryan! Ryan! Guys, Ryan just disappeared off the face! Ryan, are you okay? Earth to Ryan. Earth to Rosa. Ain't no way. Ryan, where did you go? No, Ryan, I hope the game didn't crash. You guys need to run. Go, 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 go. No, she left me. I'm about to go for the bot. I don't want to. The way my Wi-Fi went out, oh my god, I got scared. Like, what happened? I'm gonna leave the bot there. Laura, don't get the bot. Laura, just do the gen. Laura, just do the gen. Laura, just do the gen. Ryan, please! I watched you. I watched it happen. Watch it back. We literally watched you poof. Julian, you're doing so good, friend. Go, go, go. Ping hit 800. You got stuck repairing the blood gen. That's so funny because your character literally, you dropped me a flash grenade. Did you know that? Did you do that on purpose? Yeah, your Wi-Fi had to nerf you. You were doing so good. You were eating her up. Honestly, T, a parting gift. Okay, bet. I'm gonna try. I was so confused. Oh, did you not play Blood Moon last year? I'm not sure they changed much from last year, but yes, this is so. I like the Blood Moon event a lot. I'm dead here, guys, I think. Oh, there's no pallet at chat. I have no fucking gasoline left, by the way. Not after the bot. Not after the bot. Where was the... I didn't even know the bot was over there. You're new. Oh my god, what? You're so good at this game to be new like that. Yeah. Jay Little, did you get your check-in? No, you didn't. Yes, you did. Let's see it now. Vete. That's fine. What is I need Laura to do something. You are so impressively good for not playing very long. I was not that good when I first started. Aquí viene la sucia. Aquí viene la sucia. Oh no. Fuck out of here. Another flash grenade! Dude, is V is just dropping these everywhere! V is just dropping them everywhere. Excuse me. Guys, I'm not feeling very confident. I'm actually the worst player ever. Oh my god, Laura's gonna die. There's Laura. GG. GG, guys. G, motherfucker G. Oh, so close. Not the flashbang. I thought something would work. I don't know. I've never used the flashbang before. I don't really use the flashbang. Picking me up is crazy. I have a headache. I have a headache. All right, one more game. I'm playing one last game, and that's it. I've had it. Officially. I will try not to let you down for this last game. So when do you want to play Fortnite? Cookie, when do you want to play Fortnite? You tell me. Wait, Ryan, are you going to come back for my last game? One more game, Ryan, please. Oh, Kevin's on. Oh, wait, Kevin's playing. Kevin's live. Oh, we'll just go raid out to Kevin. We're gonna raid to Kevin after this match. Ryan, are you gonna play one more? Wi-Fi isn't up still. Oh my goodness, never. I'm on my phone. No. No. Yes, Fortnite weekends is when I'm free now. Oh, okay. I will. I'll write you on Discord. About Fortnite, and I got you. I would love to play. I know, Ryan, not playing. Last game, guys. 2 spots open. The queue is very long, so you have some time before we get even load up into a match if you haven't decided to play. We're about to hit 5 hours too, so I'm feeling good. Like, this is the longest I've streamed in a while. We don't really hit 5 hours all the time. I'm actually vibing. I know, it's a long stream and I'm catching all my friends too. Like, all the friends are here. They had to take me out because I was being a gremlin with head on. You were using head. Never were you using head on. That's so funny. That was so funny. Yeah, they had to nerf you. They were like, look, you might be feeling a little better. Not sure if you're actually feeling better, but you might be feeling a little better, but you need to go. Go take your nap. They were like, no more screen time for you. You got her twice with head on? That's insane. You know what? For the vibes. For the vibes. Instead of slippery me, I'm gonna put head on. Not me spelling head like that. Head on is good. Yeah, we're about to use. Do you have head on, Julian? Let's run head on together. A duo who heads on together stays together, you know? The last place you'll look, is that what it's called? Yeah. I'm going to dump these blood points real quick. P62. Woo! Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Do you guys remember that? Obviously, J Little does. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Also, we finished Pokopia today. How incredible. I missed those commercials so bad. Oh, those older commercials were good. They were so funny. Yeah, we finished the Pokopia story today. My heart hurts for it, but we're home. Maybe we saved our human. Maybe we were just in time to like send him all of our goodies and a picture to let him know that his Ditto is okay. Like, what an incredible story. My nose itches. All right, Julian, we got this for the last game, okay, friend? We got it. We got it. Also, Julian, what other games do you play? Do you is DBD like kind of the only game you dabble in? I'm sure I've seen you play Rivals too, right? I wish I was better at Rivals so I could like it better. I think I don't like it even more than I should because I'm not good at it. I'll look in for us. I'll look in for the both of us. I'll do it. Hey, hey. A huntress. Mommy! Oh. Oh! ¡Ay, puta! ¡Ay, puta! Oh my god! I'm finally back up and running undead. Guys. It's okay. I'm not wearing slippery meat, of course. I am bad at rivals, but I do play sometimes and play Fortnite. Oh my god. Maybe we can start playing Fortnite together, Julian. I would love to play Fortnite. Gotta go, my friend. Gotta go. My friend needs me. Love you big. Have a good night, guys. She is just tossing those hatches. Why is she just camping me? No. What's this? Aha! She thought I had a flashlight. She thinks I have a flashlight. It's a med kit. It's a med kit. Bye, Dives. I hope your friend's okay. Oh, she wants my ass. Why? Why is she being a freak? Yeah, don't laugh at me. No. What is Talita doing? You already lost your vape? I'm sick. What the hell is going on? Guys, this is not a drill. Oh, she is not. I guess. I'm feeling both of us. Trust. I am too. I thought I got the inner strength off, but I was looking at head on and the head on was ready. I'm stressed. These games have been sweaty. But we're gonna raid to Kevin after this match. And Kevin's also running open lobbies. He's doing a Raven play, so he's all dressed up too for the raid. Like what a... She's just on my hook already. Leon, come here. Come here, I got you. No, let me heal you. Let me heal you. I promise, I promise. I'm gonna heal you. Everything's gonna be okay. I would have beat this game already. Jay Little, you don't even know where your vape is, bro. Shut the hell up. You don't even know where the vape you had in your hand 5 minutes ago was. Shut the hell up. I know, don't apologize, Julian. You're incredible. I'm loving the pants. The pants are a vibe. Oh, we have matching charms. Look. Look at my charm. We have the same charm. I'm walking. I'm walking. Where is the nearest bucket? Oh, it's I was just about to say matching by charms, by solidarity. Exactly. Bisexuals rise up. I'm gonna try to complete this. I'm low-key gonna let that guy rot on the hook. I'm sorry, guy. We don't have any gens done. Yeah. Finished it. I don't think she knows where the gen was completed. Let's get some progress on that. She's already back on the hook. She's already trying to hit us. I should be trying to head on that, but blood can required. Oh, I thought this was a gas tank. Oh, hello. Oh, it's. Oh, look at that, yeah. She's gonna camp that generator. Go for it. Almost hit that bitch. Julian, no! LOL, laugh out loud. What do you mean? Did I say that? LOL, laugh out loud. Did I say that? Guys. Yeah, maybe it's maybe I'm just unhinged. What is head on? Head on is a perk where if you enter a locker after like 15 seconds, you can stun the killer. I just love quoting that leader. Does he come back? Does she come back? Julian, no. I tried. You did try, friend. You tried so hard. you fucking kidding me? It 99'd it. Come on, Talita. No. I'm gonna try for fuck it. I'm gonna try for go. I'm gonna try for go. I'm gonna try to go for head on value. Come on, Talita. No, I have head on, please. Oh, there's a locker over there. Talita, get away from it. No. Girly, come back to the locker. Come on, Talita, come back to the locker. Yes! Teabag that bitch. Come back to the locker. No! Come back to the locker! Come back to the locker! Come back to the locker! Talita, where are you going? I'm gonna just try to finish the gen. Oh no, they're over here. Oh fuck. No, the hook is right there. Don't leave. Don't see it. Don't see it. Come this way. Are you kidding me, bitch? Like, who walks away from the locker? I'm just gonna run from her. Guys, this is for Julian. This is for Ryan. This is for Cookie. And this is for that other Talita girl. We're leaving. Not, what are the chances it spawns at my feet? It spawned at my toes. GG's. This is for buy right. This is for my pussy. Exactly. Oh my god, everyone, we did it. We got Hatch. We survived our last game. This is for slippery meat. Literally for all the doubters, the haters, the motivators. This is for Rancor. This is for endgame Rancor on that fucking Dracula. This is for that. Let's go. For the people. That was inspirational. Julian, thank you for the games, friend. Ryan, thank you for the games. Thanks, Vox. Thank you for being here. Thanks, everyone, for choosing to hang out with me today. It really means so much to me. Life has been so incredibly fucking annoying recently. And stream is my favorite place to be because of everyone who comes to hang out with me all the time. And so I'm just really happy you guys chose to hang out with me today, and I really needed this. I really need stream right now, and it feels really good to have you all here. So thank you all so much for the games. We finished Pokopia. We played tons of DBD matches. Tomorrow we'll probably stream in the morning. I actually think I might have a morning stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what we'll play yet, but we'll definitely be streaming AM. So we'll try to get stream out of the way in the morning, and then yeah, I hope I get to see you all again tomorrow during the day. I hope I can get you guys some entertainment during your workday tomorrow. We're gonna raid out to Kevin. He's doing open lobbies right now. He's doing Raven Play. He's incredible at DBD. He's having a DBD sort of revival. Everyone here kind of knows that he has sort of publicly talked about returning to DBD on stream. So let's go hang out with him. Momo, thank you for being here. I'm so sorry I didn't know you were streaming today. I totally would have been there if I wasn't also live, but I hope we can get games in soon. Momo, games again. They're always a lot of fun with you, and hopefully I can catch your next stream too. Let's go say hi to Kevin and send her right there. I won't be there for a bit. I need to take a break from the monitor, but Jay Little, I will hit you up about Fortnite tonight. Everyone, copy these raid messages.